Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Westeros. Thank you for joining us here on a Sea of Spears Sunday. And holy crap, some stuff happened. We had a pretty busy episode last time with attacks and revelations and everyone's favorite Westerosi bad boy showing up unexpectedly on the other side and then betraying the other side. And then there was a few letters. They were all about boring political stuff, probably nothing important. There are a couple other letters that weren't quite so political, but it's fine. Nothing
But they,
major.
but they were the absolute worst of the whole
Yeah,
bunch.
they were the worst.
I'm certain I
Broke
don't know.
Robert.
I'm certain I don't know what you're talking about.
I saw
Um,
his eyes and his soul was dying.
yeah. So,
Yeah, my soul is not recovered.
so it was an episode of revelations and clashing plot lines and all kinds of bloodshed that ended with you lot and your prisoner, Sir Lynn Corbray, on your way back from your coastal lands to Wyvern's Rest. And we're going to pick up briefly with this like montage of you guys riding across the countryside at like sun up. So the sun is rising behind you as you are making your way back into Wyvern's Rest, and you see people up on ladders already trying to kind of repair the doors. You see people carting the dead off. You see some of your guardsmen rounding up prisoners. You've got several of your allied lords and knights are helping oversee some of that, and or are just cleaning up after the fight. And that's our little montage ending. And now we're going to pick up. We are going to go from youngest to oldest with the Nymerian siblings, with kind of where you're at and what you're doing upon return. And we're going to kick off with Adam, because we know Adam really wants to talk to Lynn Corbray. So we will cut to the dungeons of Wyvern's Rest.
Right, okay, I wasn't expecting to launch right into that. I thought there was going to be some chat with the family first. I wasn't expecting to go straight into that. It's okay.
You said you wanted to talk to Lynn Corbray before his fate was decided, so...
Yeah, but I assumed his fate wasn't going to be decided immediately. I thought that...
Right, it might be as soon as you guys are all together, though. So this is your chance to talk to him in private.
I don't even know if like the others want me to ask questions on their behalf or anything. Like I mean, I guess that can I discuss with them right now?
Okay, never mind. We'll just kick off with you guys taking Lynn Corbray across the courtyard. So who is doing what?
I
was planning on asking Reyna.
One at a time.
I'm leading the pack. I have Lady Forlorn in my hands, and I look pissed, but also thoughtful, which is not usually how her pissed looks are. And I'm just heading I'm headed straight to grandfather. I'm going to grandfather. I turn and I say, I'm going to grandfather. And then now you guys can decide.
Okay, we'll go oldest to youngest. So, Bela, what are you up to?
I am going to... I'm looking for someone high-ranking in the military structure for us, just to like give them like a head nod of like how things are doing, kind of like a gesture, like we're doing okay. And then if someone like gives me a nod back or whatever, or even like a frowny face, I'll register that, but then say, yes, I'm also going to speak with grandfather. We have preparations.
All right. a quick check-in with some of the knights that work for you lot. You currently see Sir Derek Fossaway, Master at Arms of Wyvern's Rest, has taken charge of the area nearest you, and that tends to be how the military hierarchy works. Knights are in charge of what they kind of see and hear, and he is loud, so he has taken charge kind of by default. Prisoners are being gathered and disarmed. The injured are being seen to. It's it's post battle cleanup, and it seems to be going smoothly.
Okay.
So then off to grandfather with you. All right, Luke.
Luke is nominally escorting Lynn. He's not super pleased, but he has given his word as a knight to see him to the wall. So Luke will just kind of lean into everyone before they split up and say nothing of our prisoners about the others. They don't need to know there's anyone else who can corroborate or not their stories at this point.
All right. Will you join us at Grandfather's Solar after you've installed him in the cell?
I will. I know tempers are high, but I have given my word to see to the wall, so let's not summarily execute anybody at this moment.
I'm past that point, so we're good. I'm
Not that I don't want to.
I understand. Believe me. But he's proven to be of value. So that's how we'll treat him, as a prisoner of war.
And if Adam wants to talk to him, I will give him some space. I'm just kind of keeping my eyes on Lynn until he gets into a cell.
Alas, that honor keeps us from killing everyone we'd like to. Lynn Corbray cheerfully contributes to the conversation as he is dragged towards the cells. And then Adam.
Taking Raina's rest before she leaves. Do you want me to ask him questions about Littlefinger's plans?
Feel free. Whatever
Is
else
there-
he wishes to share is good to have.
Is there anything else you want me to ask?
The things I want to know, I don't think he had access to. And if so, we can ask him again before he is off for the wall.
All right. I'll come to the solar.
Solar when you're done. Thank you. I nod at Bela and we take off. Hopefully we'll pick up our husbands somewhere on the way.
All right. The hallways leading to the prison are a bit of a mess on account of a bunch of people died there the other, a few hours ago. But it's being cleaned up as well as it can be. And you are able to, off to one side is Oris's cell and a few other empty cells. The cutthroat that you lot captured last night down here in the dungeon is across the hall in a separate kind of chamber full of cells. Where are you guys bringing Lynn Corbray? Are you going to establish him in a nightly wing on one side where Oris was locked up? Or are you going to put him in a conspirator wing on the other side where the cutthroat is locked up?
I mean, out of character, like my instinct would be to at least not have him directly adjacent to someone. But apart from that, I mean,
Except to Lucaris.
Yeah, I mean,
Let's keep him.
two-
Let's keep him away from the other cutthroat, and let's keep him out of arm's reach of Oris. You don't need one killing the other.
definitely.
All right.
Is out, right? Still.
So, heading to the left, as it were, into what is becoming the nightly wing, you see Oris is not in his cell. It is still unoccupied, and you are able to put Lynn Corbray in a cell on the opposite side of like a hallway.
Yeah,
So
we
they
basically
are
don't
not
want him to be,
adjacent.
Yeah.
we basically don't want him to be able to reach or communicate with the cutthroat.
Yeah, so he's far away from the cutthroat. He is across the central walkway from Oris, and he does not put up any sort of fight as he is led into his cell. Uh, then he just turns and glances your way and lifts an eyebrow.
I will see to my wife and child that I'll leave to give Adam an excuse to be alone.
Relative privacy.
So, we have some questions for you. If you are still willing to give us information.
I've told you most of what I already know, but certainly, ask away.
Do you know of any other impending moves against House Nymerian or those it protects?
Uh, this was rather most of the arrows in Littlefinger's quiver, I think. Things are a bit of a mess across the Seven Kingdoms at the moment, and these were the forces that I know of that were dedicated towards foiling you.
So, you are the last remaining conspirator? Is that right?
Out of character, you did see a lot of prisoners being like a lot of the common
Yeah,
men-at-arms and stuff being taken.
yeah, I'm talking about like the guys in charge, like the people giving orders and shit, like the people directly answering to Littlefinger is what I meant, I guess.
He just gives a nod. I don't believe I missed anyone back at the ship.
Are there any houses doing Littlefinger's bidding whose shields we won't find once all the bodies are gathered up?
Oh, most of them. They didn't bring painted shields and such here. A few of the hedge knights did because they've no honor to be lost. But
Wait, out of character, did we have him furnish us with a list of like the houses that were in on it, or is
he told you who he was there with and killed, and that seems to be about what he knows.
right? What is his end goal in all this? What does he want?
Peter Baelish?
Yeah.
Power and friends and
Well,
wealth.
I mean, everyone wants those, but he must have he's working towards a specific goal. He must have a particular position of power in mind. He's not eligible for the throne.
Alas, I have not read his journal.
The one bit of correspondence that would have been useful to us. Oh, well. Well, I don't know if I can ever forgive you for this. Those letters from my uncle might haunt me the rest of my life. I don't think you have any idea the pain I feel to know that he wanted us there and we never knew, and that he had to endure the grief of losing his only child alone. And I keep thinking that had we known he needed us, our presence might have helped and our cousin might still be alive if not for you. But I suppose if it wasn't you, it would probably be someone else doing it. But it doesn't really diminish the sorrow or the loss or the betrayal.
If it makes you feel better, I murdered the one that shot those ravens.
It doesn't. You can't just keep doing awful things and then try to take credit for changing sides at the last minute, Lynn. You actually have to be better if you want to be better.
Damn.
You said that my smile would keep you warm at the wall, and I know you meant that despite trying to pass it off as a barb. It's somewhat gratifying that despite your gleeful cruelty, there's at least some part of you that cares that much for me. Part of you I like to think wanted to be better than all of this. I genuinely saw good in you, and I still see it, even though it may be foolish to do so. You should have stayed. You could have had so much more than a smile if you'd walked away from Littlefinger instead of me. My family may dislike you, but they would have helped me protect you because you were dear to me. You know, like, during our time in Lannisport, I was actually thinking of asking you to be my master at arms, but you never let me talk, so I never got to ask.
Talking wasn't what I wanted your mouth for.
Wanted for anything ever again. You'd have had coin and lands, the devotion of a lord, a home where you were valued rather than tolerated.
Yes, and what would you have done for Lord Lionel and his fat little wife and the baby growing in her belly after I betrayed Littlefinger? Failing him was already a bit of a roll of the dice. It's all very noble that you think you would keep me safe from the machinations of Peter Baelish, and I don't doubt that your beau is every bit as reputed and fearsome as Lady Forlorn. But you need to understand, one does not simply leave Peter Baelish's employ.
I disagree, but, well, I can't change the past. I don't know what I would have done for your Lord Brother, but I would have liked to have had a choice. And I mean, you don't even seem to really regret what you've done, so I don't think you really care that much about it.
What exactly is it that you think I have done, Adam? What have I done? Besides not kill you, or your brother or your sister, not follow my orders, not help the conspirators escape last night,
But
not lead the assault on the walls of Wyvern's Rest myself. I could have tested myself against the Sword of the Morning, and I didn't, and I get no thanks.
Len, you helped them lay those plans in the first place. You can't help them do the bad thing and then get credit for changing your mind when it's already a losing side.
And how is it you believe I helped them? Do you think anyone but Peter Baelish makes the plans for Peter Baelish and his forces?
No, but you were doing what he told you to do for money. You betrayed me and my family for money. I thought that my coin and affection had been worth more to you than that. And I didn't realise your world was so small that it only had room for you and gold in it. I suppose you showed me who you are many times, but I maybe just didn't want to see it.
I suppose I did. None of this last bit has been questions. I was prepared to answer a few things, but conversating requires wine, I think.
You want wine right now?
I would love some. It's dreadfully hot in Dorne.
Wine is for friends of the family behind these walls.
Well then, ale?
You think you're terribly clever, don't you?
I think I'm terribly thirsty.
If I get you some wine, will you listen to the last of what I have to say?
If you get me the wine or not, do I have a choice?
And, like, this might be the last time we get to speak to each other. Does that not mean anything to you?
Say your fill.
Alright then. You know what your cruelest trick was? You made me love you. And I still do, despite everything. And even if I had gone to my grave never having kissed or touched you, I would still not consider it a wasted love. Even an awful and capricious person, by his own admission, may be the subject of a love that is wild, extravagant, and true. So I need to know if it was ever real or not. Lynn, you say it was an act, but it felt real to me. I need to know if it was as hard for you to leave me as it was for me to be left. You didn't put Lady Forlorn through my heart while I slept, so I suppose abandoning me was at least not as difficult as that. And perhaps I can take some solace in knowing you couldn't bring yourself to murder me for gold. But I need to know if you can truly look into my eyes right now and feel no love.
He steps up close to the bars.
Adam's already fairly close. Yeah.
What's that?
Adam's already stood like fairly close anyway because he was being kind of private and
Intimately.
intimate, I guess.
Yeah. So Lynn steps right up to the bars, and he puts his hands on like one of the cross beams, and he leans in close, and then he just looks you in the eye and says, "So the wine?"
He's his own person all the way through.
Is that really all you have to say?
I believe so. Yes.
That's like stopped Adam a moment because that was extremely hurtful. And empathy wise, like I mean, I'm prepared to roll, but like, is that like is there
For
intervention to that?
for the record, if you want to know out of character, I did the roll instead of you against your passive empathy,
Okay.
or passive awareness plus empathy.
Okay. So, sorry, I'm just a bit confused about what that means.
I made a roll to see how sincerely he could say something. Your empathy and awareness have been factored in, and that was the answer you got.
Yeah, it's just a not very clear answer, so I'm confused, and it just sort of like that just sounds like a very hurtful no.
Basically.
Right then, sorry, I was not expecting that to be the answer, so I'm that's kind of thrown me. Then I want you to give Lady Forlorn to me when you go to the wall, or wherever my family decide to send you.
You can want all sorts of things, but she is mine.
I don't think they're going to let you keep her, but I know how much she means to you, and you don't want her to be lost to the northern wastes or claimed by some common cutthroat or rapist when she's pilfered off your corpse someday, or to go to your lord brother who only cares about her as a dead object of status, and because she's the one thing you inherited that he didn't, and he will likely make a fuss, but you can leave that to me. Nobody else can care for her and understand her like I can. I'm asking you to give her to the one person who actually gives a shit about you.
My lady travels with me.
Then may you lie cold as her steel. I'm walking out.
All right. And see. That brings us to, I think Luke was going to check on his wife and and young son, and then go to the Solar?
That is
Is that
correct.
correct? Okay. Then let's do Luke's scene. And what we're going to do is keep track of kind of how long the other scenes took. And then there will be X amount of time that's just Reyna and Bela with Grandpa. So that's why
Makes
we're going
sense.
to do Luke's first to establish a timeline, if that makes sense. So, Luke, you are able to head back outside. And sure enough, you can confirm that there was a shock of red hair atop the wall, overseeing some corpses being cast down from the battlements. Your lady wife has basically stepped in as a knight of Wyvern's Rest vibe and is just like most of the rest of the nobles here. They're just kind of turned into middle management because small folk listen. So yeah, she's up on the battlements, overseeing some of the cleaning up there, and yeah, you are able to spot her easily.
He takes a moment just to watch her work because it's fun.
Sun's coming up, hair's extra red and stuff. Like yeah, it's a scenic moment.
Then he shouts out, "Felena."
She turns and swipes her hair up out of her face, leaving a streak of blood from her bloody hand, and looks down at you and gives a smile as though her face were clean, etc., etc. She says, Luke, nice of you lot to join us after the cleanup's already begun. Back from your trip to the coast, I see.
It was a pleasant vacation. I assume you and little Makar are fine.
Yes, the children are in the Solar with grandfather. Or sorry, with their great grandfather is what she would say. She does not yet presume to call him grandfather casually, and from the ramparts.
Right.
Are you all right?
A few bumps and bruises, love, but all is fine.
I show a few of my own. I gotta stop fighting these fights without armor.
You do. Your skinflint wife should buy you some.
She doesn't care that much.
Aww.
Or perhaps she just likes to see you without a shirt on.
I give her a smile, and I respond. I hold up a few of the letters. We'll talk when you get done, but I need to go see grandfather. There's been a lot going on while we've been busy.
It would seem so. Off with you.
Join us when you can. And then I'm gonna head towards Solar.
All right. As you are making your way across the courtyard, Luke, you hear a bit of a fuss and a commotion. And it's the courtyard. It's very busy, and there's a bit of fuss and commotion everywhere. But what you hear are voices raised in anger, which is not the same as the other post-battlefield sounds and the hollers for, hey, come carry this, come grab that. It's a different sort of yelling, right? So it
I will
kinda
head
jumps
that way.
out. And you see Sir, or rather Lord Edric Dane, the Sword of the Morning, in a stare down with the Sword of the Night's Watch, as he stands in the face of Sir Alistair Thorne, and both of them have their arms crossed. And Alistair is growling low under his breath, while Edric is raising his voice. And you hear Alistair Thorne say, do as I say. Clap the bastard in irons and put him back in his cage. When you hear Edric say, I would sooner lend him Dawn and a good horse, sir. And standing kind of between them and off to one side is an utterly blood-soaked Oris. He's got about a half dozen untended wounds and injuries. The kind of tattered peasant garb that he was wearing is all just torn up and a mess. He does not have a weapon on him anymore. Who knows how many he went through. And he is trying to calm down Edric Dane. So you hear Oris just say, just cut it out, Ned. Yeah,
He's
so
not worth
Ned, listen, it's all right. I was in the dungeons last night. He ain't arresting me for nothing. It's just no. And like, right, so Oris is trying to like butt in.
Look, you're gonna just walk in the middle of this. Try to stifle the laughter because this is not the scene he was expecting.
So yeah, that's the situation. Alistair Soren is trying to tell people to lock Oris back up. Edric Dane, flanked by a couple Knights of Starfall, is threatening a prison break, and Oris is trying to explain, like, why he's there. And it sounds like the argument might have gone a lap already. Like, maybe Edric thought Sir Alistair thinks Oris was part of the attack, or, right? Like, it sounds like they've just hit this wall of, yes, Han, nuh-uh.
Yeah, I'm going to approach. I'm going to approach Oris and extend a knightly hand. Sir Oris, thank you for your help out there.
They had it coming for scaring Bessa. Listen, tell Ned to calm down. Just put me back in irons.
I knocked him.
Either in the cell or in the back of the fucking wagon and get me gone. Just let this trouble stop. Just, Ned, for real, it's all right.
Oris, you have a kind heart. Ned, Lord Edric, give me a moment. And I'm going to kind of call on some of, let's say, Lucaris's favorite handmaidens when he was staying here to take Oris I'm going to say, please take Sir Oris. He will be restricted to my private chambers if they still exist. Make sure he's cleaned up and he has some wine.
I didn't turn your room into my hobby room or something.
We'll see.
They're using it for Zumba now.
Yeah. Exercise bike and a rower.
Adam's also like full yoga mats.
I believe we have evidence that will, or at least evidence of a wider conspiracy that will take care of this. Oris, just go with the girls for the moment. I will make sure there's no fight out here, and I will talk to Sir Alistair Thorne in a moment. And I'm gonna look at him like, you need to wait your fucking turn, dude.
Sir Alistair raises one of his bushy, steel-colored eyebrows, and points to Oris. He says, "He will be in irons.
He will not.
He is a bastard." And this is just him picking up momentum, not listening to Reyna, who's not there.
Oh, who's not there?
Says,
Yeah, sorry.
He says, he's a bastard and a murderer and in my care. Put him in whatever room you'd like, but clap him in irons. I'll have him kill no more on my watch. The attackers don't count because they were attackers.
Combatants and
Sir Oris, to end the argument, for a moment, will you wear the irons? The girls will see that he needs you have.
Just iron me up. I don't want no more fighting over me.
I give him a nod, and I look to Edric Dane, and I go, he's not going anywhere. We can talk shortly about it, but it's going to be okay, Ned.
The Sword of the Morning gives a curt nod. Rather skeptical nod, but a, like, fine, I'm not going to argue anymore when there's shit that needs done. Like, put a pin in it nod. Right?
And Lord Edric, thank you for your help here today.
It was very good bread and fine salt.
I clap him on the shoulder, and I make sure Oris is as gently as possible with a few handmaidens taken in irons to my private chambers, old private chambers. I guess now the hobby room.
You do hear a couple whoops and catcalls from the other Night's Watch recruits. who were like, "Oh, taking his lordship upstairs. What about us? He had weapons. I fought with a fucking pitchfork. Come on, clap me in irons too. Give me the blonde one," and all that, which distracts Sir Alistair to go
him on a mission.
stomping over and silence them.
Oh my god, that's awesome.
And I will instruct the girls to seat anything that Sir Oris needs.
All right, and then to the Solar, which we will cut to. Grandpa's Solar is an interestingly crowded place. You have never seen this many people crammed into it before, twins. Because there's Grandpa, and then there's 4 more people that are luckily very small. So the great-grandchildren are all there. And in lieu of a pen or a crib or whatever, you see all of them climbing on Alyssane Mormont, who is sitting in the chair, and she looks like she's just got like her arms full, and the kids are snuggled up against her ringmail covered bosom, and she's just got like all 4 of them, and is holding them close with her axe on the floor, like leaned up against her leg. So she's been turned into a tactical babysitter. It looks like, because she also just knows kids, and she's got one of her own. So she's sitting there.
Trust no one more than her with our children.
She's cooing some northern lullaby to them about boar's tusks and wolf's teeth and cold winds and red snow. It sounds not terribly soothing. You think it might not have started as a lullaby. She just ran out of other songs, but she's now crooning that low and under her breath. And
Well, wasn't she? She's got like 2 kids.
yeah. And then, of course, there is Lord Makar, the Blood Royal, seated behind his desk, reading reports. And as you arrive, you see, one of your higher-ranked guardsmen, like one of the Night's Watch, rather not Night's Watch in the north, but one of the guy that's in charge of the overnight shift, right? Sorry. You see one of them, leaving, and he's bowing and saluting on his way out, and takes off, and he stops and he bows to you two as well. But it looks like Grandpa's been like getting reports, and that's what he's sitting and looking at as you pair arrive.
Grandfather.
Oh, girls. Are all 4 of you well?
We are. She goes directly over to Alyssane and gives her kids smoochies.
Yeah, they're dozing.
Yeah. Just to kind of reassure her, because I'm sure Bailey kind of did the same. Just, oh yeah, that's my baby. They're fine.
Baylor's like, no, I've had my spear this whole time.
Yeah.
Good, it's just a little blood. My baby's all right.
Yeah, but like most of the blood's other people's. That's fine.
Yeah, it's other people's blood. Yeah.
But yeah, the kids are all fine. Like I said, they're cooing and dozing, and the Lady Alyssane gives you her like beaming, ugly, gap-toothed smile that is so beautiful. Just like, oh look, and the kids are fine. Grandpa's fine. Alyssane Mormont's fine.
All right. Lady Alyssane, would you mind returning the children to the whatever we've converted, the nursery for the twins, wherever the kids are staying?
Yeah. Which I will not make Lucaris's old room. As funny as that would be. Uncle Oris is teaching us to skip rope. Clang, clang, clang. Yes, you guys have a nursery or 2, right? There's probably more than one. And she gives Grandfather a look first, Like she starts to get her feet under her to get up, but she stops and kind of checks,
Right.
and then does so as she stands up, and then she kind of she scooches and cocks one hip out towards Bela, and it's the hip that has like a leather loop on it. And she's couldn't you my axe, please?
Oh, yeah. Chunk.
Oh, thanks, my dear. Hands is full. Right. I'll be in the nursery.
Thank you, Alice, for everything.
And she leaves, already cooing to the babies instead of responding or acknowledging your thanks.
I know, because that's Alice.
All right, so now it's down to 3 people, a far more standard Solar population count.
All right. 2 things in Bela's hands. One, she takes Lady Forlorn and sets it on the edge, like on Grandfather's desk atop whatever.
He does not speak. He puts down the report that he was reading.
This was taken from our prisoner who surrendered to us after turning on his co-actors in a paid conspiracy to, I don't know if it was actually to kill us or just to keep us busy and distracted. But now we have Lord Lynn Corbray in our cells below, along with the ones that we already had down there.
Editor's note, sir, but yeah, it's fine.
Sir. Sorry.
Well done.
I set down the packet. I'm like, this is all of the missives that we have not received from various people, including Uncle Doran, Cousin Oberyn, Stannis Baratheon, Lord Stannis Baratheon. If she sounds a little snippy, it's because she's snippy. And others, including our uncle or cousin. He's our uncle?
So our uncle Montfort.
Yeah,
I mean,
Uncle
who
Montfort.
are you talking about? Okay, yeah.
And our cousin has died at some recent.
Yeah, you guys did already have that news. That was a month
Right.
or two, like a couple weeks ago.
And we. He called for Luke. He sent these letters to Luke and Gostil, and they never got to him because these people were shooting our ravens out of the sky.
Given the tone of his most recent missive, I imagine there's one in there from Lord Walder Frey. It's an uncanny thing, him managing to be especially unpleasant in writing. But yes, he seemed put out of late. Well, it's good to know what happened to them, at least.
King Robert is dead, as is Queen Cersei, as is Jaime Lannister, as is Sir Barristan Selmy of the Kingsguard.
Yes, I heard. We had a rider while you were capturing Sir Lynn. A moment. And he reaches out and picks up a little bell and just tingle tangles. And then he puts it back down and he doesn't say anything. And he just sits and he waits. And about 30 seconds later, you hear a gruff voice behind you at the door. And Sir Nathan Lugas, the Knight of Lugas, recently emboldened to being the knight of his landed knightly house. And he looks like hammered shit. Not injured, but he's got the look of somebody that's been up and physically active for about 2 days straight. He still has some Dornish dust on him. And Grandpa told him probably like it had to be either next door or across the hall. Grandpa made him sit there and wait instead of get cleaned up. is what must have happened because he's still scuffed, right? And he goes, uh, and Sir Nathan kind of leans against the doorframe a little tiredly. He says, "Oh, ladies, ladies, uh, I bore ill news mixed with good." Uh, and he kind of looks past you guys to grandfather. And grandfather says, "They've already heard some of it. I suppose we needn't wait for the brothers to confirm the rest." And then Nathan's like, "Oh, uh, here they are, my lord." And he does a little bow and he backs up and he makes room in the doorway for the just arriving Nymerian brothers to make their way in. And again, you guys see him or dog shit Sir Nathan Lugas leaning against a wall, in the and making room in the solar.
So Nathan. Yeah, like Adam's just sort of surprised to see him, but like still greets him a bit weirdly, I guess.
Similarly, maybe the
And
children are okay.
Indeed.
They are well. They're with Lady
Is-
Alistair.
is Sir Lyle all right?
So, I'm sorry?
Strongboard.
Is he all right? Sir Lyle. Great call.
Oh, is he?
Grandfather will gesture towards seats. Say, "The Strongboar will live. His voice may not, but as he growled it to me around a mouth of blood, as Maester Elston took over his tending, it will take more than a two-penny cutthroat to kill the Strongboar."
And you said Mr. Elson is Mr. Ferris all right as well?
Ferris is busy. Sir Lyle is not the only injured one that our maesters are seeing to.
No, of course.
Raina will
And
turn to
I'm just like he will sit down, but like I think particularly like Raina and Bela who've seen this look before will just know like he is fucking broken. Like he probably looks pretty much the same as when after he got the letter at Highgarden, he has been torn apart all over again and just sort of wilts into a chair.
Sir Nathan gives a deferential head bob to the Blood Royal and Warden of the Stoneway, and like lifts an eyebrow, like, can I go? Is it time?" And grandfather just nods and leans back in his chair. And Sir Nathan clears his dusty throat, and he says, "It would seem you already heard the happenings in the Red Keep. But the good news I bear is that no harm befell the Lady Olena nor her retinue on their way here. We were first delayed by storm, but she's safely off. Lord Barrack himself led the convoy straight away to Storm's End.
Good.
And if she's not safe there, she's not safe anywhere. Lord Renly will see to it himself. She's fine, and them girls, and the Royces, what was visited and such, and Lord Barrack's got that Parman Crane with him too, and they should be fine."
That is much a relief. Thank you.
Begging Lord and Lady's pardons, but what is it you've heard of the Red Keep?
Robert was closeted with the Hand, and something happened, and Robert went into a rage and murdered John Aaron, and then went on a rampage, and he killed Queen Cersei, and then Jaime Lannister tried to kill him, and then Barristan Selmy stepped up and and then they basically killed him. Oh, I can't remember now.
Uh,
He killed Robert, and then
so, so,
the
so, so
attacked him.
King
Yeah.
Robert was on his way to kill his children, and Jaime
You know,
Lannister was trying to stop him. Had to kill Sir Barristan Selmy to, in turn, stop the king by killing a second king.
That's the most of it. Uh, Lord Varys is also safely at Storm's End by now. It was him what brought the news and intercepted the good lady's retinue with us lot.
Where is Lord Baelish?
Uh, I wouldn't know. Last I heard, still skulking about King's Landing. That's what the spider said, at least.
the spider would know. Uh, uh, so now we. So now that Pratt Joffrey is on the throne with absolutely no adult hand there to guide him or control him.
I expect one will be appointed before long.
I suspect Lord Tywin will move.
Very
all
likely he would be
the-
appointed as regent.
That can't happen.
Sir Nathan just looks frightened
Exhausted.
on top of his exhausted. Because, like, now you guys are straight up talking treason and stuff, and he's like, I don't know if I'm supposed to hear this.
Sorry.
So,
So he's just kind of looking at Grandfather Makar. Like, he's.
Sir Nathan, is there any other information you have for us?
Um, I done wrote down who all was with the Lady Olenna. I suppose Lord Makar will tell you in due time.
Thank you.
If there's nothing else. Oh, Will was fine, Lady Sir Bela. I rode right through. They traded me a horse for a half-dead one, but there was no attack north of here, nor armies on the Stoneway. Out of character, as a note, that means this fucker rode alone for a day and a night, thinking maybe the Stoneway was full of enemy armies. And, yeah, so it's, it's pretty cool.
Lord Nathan,
Sir Nathan.
I thought his father died.
He is, but it's a Sir house.
Oh, it's
Like,
a
it's Sir Gregor Clegane. It's just landed knights, not a full-on lord.
Right. Sir Nathan, go to the kitchens, the baths, and get a bed. Thank you for all that you've done to bring us this information.
I'm gonna claps his arm as he goes by and shake my head to him and say as well, "Thank you, Sir Nathan."
Couldn't. I was just here to check on Ludviga is all. He says, almost bashfully. Clearly, he's still working on that guilty conscience, but trying to deflect it with concern for his sister.
So Rusty, like your audio broke up for me. I didn't hear what you said. Could you just repeat it?
He was sheepishly deflecting the thanks and praise,
Okay.
with like, oh no, I was just here to check on Ludviga is all, right? Like he's working off his guilty conscience for earlier betrayals, but he's trying to make it sound like it was no big deal. And so he takes off, and with a nod from Lord Makar, he shuts the door behind him. Lord Makar then just kind of sits back in his chair and glances from Nymerian to Nymerian.
Lord Baelish orchestrated the attack on us. He must be found and dealt with.
Organized it, paid for it.
Exactly.
It had to be directed to do so by someone else because Lord Baelish is not the head of any or top of any pile. Someone pulls his
Uh,
strings.
I don't think so. I think this was a power grab on his part. I He may not be the top of a pile right now, but I think he wants to ascend there and was sowing chaos to do so.
I've been told the disturbance began in the dungeons, and that they were after someone.
They were after Oris. We have one of the cutthroats that attempted it.
He is who told me.
They wanted Oris.
They want what Oris knows, and they
Right.
want what Oris once had, and what Oris kept them from retrieving.
The books.
What's in these books?
From what
Old and dangerous information.
there are, from what Oris has said, it sounds like they're at least partially encoded as well.
The code book is hidden in a house, the house where he and Will were staying.
Out of character, not quite.
No, the books are all locked up at the Tor right now.
I
Except
thought the code
one-
book was up
Okay,
in the eaves.
Right, so just give me a second, and I will
One
refresh,
page.
because it's been a big couple of weeks. So, the books themselves are presumably all locked up in the Tor, the seat of House Jourdain, on whose land they were living, and taken by the Maester. What is in the rafters at their old house is Oris's handwriting practice pages. He used to put them up in the rafters because Woolly Will couldn't reach them. And that was where he kind of embarrassedly hid his not great handwriting practice, which contains some excerpts from one of the books. It was just that he got that book and was told to practice it and practice it and practice it. And some of those copies are hidden in the rafters, and Oris hopes and thinks that they were not found. So that's what's in the raptor, is basically an excerpt from a book.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
We must, you must make your way to this village, recover what you can from his home. I believe we called the place the Sunspray House. And then recover what else you can from the Maester of House Jourdain.
I think it was Sprayside. Is what my notes have, but yeah.
Grandfather gives an unconcerned and dismissive wave.
That was an out of character compliment,
yeah.
but fine.
Yeah, no, it's just, like, out of character, he was legitimately
Making sure.
uncaring about that. Like, he just, it's his place. He owned it. Like, you got that impression from Oris before, like, but he just honestly did not care about it or where it was. He only cared about what was in it, was the impression I was trying to just now give with his careless lack of attention to detail.
Okay.
Out of character, quick notes for the trip to the Tor. You know that it's about a day and a half overland and back. Probably less if you were to ride hard. Or, the day just started, you could sail down there and be there mid-afternoon and then get back up here late tonight, depending on how long things take down there. It is down the coast. It's a fairly quick trip, and you guys have ships, so that would be the fastest way. Just that's information you would all know from general region lore.
Okay.
But yeah, it seems grandfather is not terribly interested in offering information so much as sending you lot to go get those books, and maybe then he'll want to talk about stuff a little more. Maybe. You're not sure. But you lot are all pretty perceptive, and you've all been lectured by grandfather before in this very room. You guys all probably could have your own chairs for this sort of thing. he is afraid. He's hiding it with the veneer of the blood royal, etc., etc. But he is afraid of the conversation. Is the feeling that you have?
Grandfather, if we recover these books, are you prepared to talk about why they're important?
If you recover these books, my preparation will not matter. Only the discussion. Whether I am ready for it or not, it must be.
Yes. Then we will recover the books and bring them back to you.
Yeah, like out of character, like, yeah, definitely like want those answers, but feeling like demanding them right now is kind of cutting into our time to go do the thing, you know.
Right. We need to go get them before someone else takes them. Before someone else realizes how important they are.
Mm-hmm.
Um, all right, Rusty. Do we have any sort of legitimate claim on these things, on like the books, since they belong to Will and Oris, not us?
The the home was, and presumably the maester and or their steward, if they also had a steward, would know that it was owned by Makar Nymerian. Like that sort of payment, unless Grandpa was also keeping that secret from the Jordanes, which is unlikely. It's kind of rude to, own
Pass
stuff in
somebody on your
somebody else's land.
lands.
So, and you guys have always had a good relationship with the Jordanes. Um, some of your tutors were from Jordan lands. They're big on knowledge and books, and that's probably the only reason they even took these is because they're proud of their library, right? But yeah, like it should be easy enough. It would be easy enough to get these if Lord Trebor was there. But you guys know
Yeah,
that Lord Trebor isn't. He and his daughter are touring the realm trying to find a match. So
yeah,
their maester's been left in charge. But,
yeah. And Mr. Evans shady.
yeah, okay. If, um,
What?
if that's the impression you guys have of the maester, that's
Well,
the impression you
well,
guys have
well,
of
like,
the maester.
well,
You don't
some
have
stuff.
to justify your impression. If that's your impression, then that's
I mean, just some stuff doesn't add up. And I had the. I mean, I was given the impression last time he was talked about that he was a bit of a kind of sleek it type. If that's not the case, then fine. But like that was.
But I
Pretty
think
much
it
what
makes
was
sense
told.
for Adam to have that emotional response about him, though. You know, because of
It
how
doesn't
he
matter
was.
anyway. Just like forget I said anything.
uh I think it makes sense. I mean, since they railroaded Oris. All right.
so, that said, uh, yeah, like you should be able to just kind of throw your weight around, pull rank. There is gonna have to be some conversating, and out of character, this is gonna fall to some die rolls that will depend upon the tack that you guys use to convince him to give it to you. But you feel like you should be able to leave with those books one way or another. You might need to buy them. You might need to intimidate the guy. You might need to bring a maester and charm the guy. You might need to just pull right. Like there's lots of ways that discussion can
Right.
go, but you feel like you should be able to have that discussion and leave with the books. And that certainly seems to be what grandfather thinks you're capable of doing.
All right.
Grandfather,
Right.
for before we head out, was it? There's a possibility that it could be advantageous for us to be accompanied by a maester. Can you spare one?
Only a maester can answer that question. I know
Alright.
Elston would rather not travel and would not hasten your journey.
No,
Speak,
understood.
speak with
Um,
Ferris and see. I know not how tending the injured is going. He can answer that question. If he feels our injured can spare him, then our injured can spare him.
very well. I just wanted to ensure that there were no objections on your part.
I point at Lady Forlorn. To speak of Sir Lynn, I propose. Oh, he surrendered with the understanding that he is going to go to the wall and take the lady with him.
I don't think you should have it.
It's not our call.
It doesn't belong to us. We're not robbers.
Am I not allowed to voice my opinion in this room?
I'm just saying it's not our call.
No, you are, and you did. But
I think he's
I
getting
think
off too
we
I
lightly.
agree.
offer him. We send off the crow with Corbray and keep Oris because we're going to need him.
Uh, Oris should stay. I care not for Corbray. But yes, deal with the Wandering Crow and see to it. Whatever is needed, the bastard stays with us.
Understood.
I have one. This uh, this might not be possible, but I noted that the lad Reginald, who we met, was in their retinue, and we had previously asked him to come serve us, and he declined because he overestimated how much his liege lord valued him. If there is a way to release him, I think we should try. He was a good lad and was guilty of merely being in the wrong place at the wrong time.
I care not. If you wish to speak to the crow about some small folk bound for the wall, do so. But see to it that Oris stays. We
Of
lose
course.
no repute with the Night's Watch, and let them be on their way. One of them was injured, I believe. They will be here for a few days, I am certain. I've extended our hospitality to them in exchange and for their assistance last evening. They will be here.
Good. All right then. Are we agreed that we should take a ship? And if we are, so the Karis, do we have one that would be best?
I don't like having a ship in my pocket, but we have access to ships, I am sure.
We just left like 3 of them.
Yeah, you guys have a ship. You can come up with a name if you want, or I can give you the name of these 3 that you just yoinked that are all ready to sail.
I'm totally keeping these ships.
Right? These are
I mean-
these are our ships now. Technically Luke's ships. Because I don't know what to do with the ship except ride on it.
We have ships.
Yeah, I just built a place you could dock it.
I mean, you guys,
Port.
as a house, have, need of ships. So, you guys make ready for the trip. Maester Ferris is ready and willing to go. His kind of exact answer is it's only lingering injuries and a worry of infection from here, and that is Maester Elston's mind will serve that better than my hands. Out of character, they're done with the trauma surgery, and now they're into the recovery time. So he is fine with leaving.
So, right, so a question has been asked in chat that I think actually kind of I realise there's a gap in my knowledge. Like, who opened the gate?
You guys don't know. You guys don't yet know who opened the side gate. The front gate got battered down and combined with storm damage. But yeah, nobody knows who opened the side gate.
In hindsight, I should have asked that, but
Well, we'll assume that question's being asked while we're gone, rather harshly, of our survivors.
I mean, I thought that question would already have been asked, but apparently not. We should probably not assume that it's going to be asked, since no one thought to ask while we were gone.
Well, just because they don't have an answer, we no one asked. But yeah, we'll talk to the guys doing the debriefing before we leave, and we'll make sure that they know that that is a priority for us to figure out who did that. Because if we have a betrayer in our midst, we need to deal with it.
Well, yeah, definitely. Ideally, before like the PCs leave the place, kind of vulnerable. Well, not
The
not
executioner, who is overseeing the enthusiastic questioning of some of the men-at-arms and such, hastily wipes his bloody hands on his tunic, as though ashamed of being dirty in front of you, and he gives a bob of his head. None we've spoken with yet know. They were simply told to rush through when the door was opened.
If it was one of our men, they aren't likely to be among the captured.
Wonder if we could ask Volena
We'll
and
need-
my husband.
To look into it while we're gone. It's not a terrible idea.
Yeah, see if they can find out anything to help.
Okay, so you guys will put a couple NPCs on the case while you are away as part of your hurried preparations to leave.
Right.
You have your choice of 3 vessels, warships, that were left ashore. Basically, one of them needs some bodies cleaned out, but presumably some folks have taken care of that for you. He told, Aunt Elia. You have Black Bethany, Waves Bane, or Sister's Guardian.
Sister's Guardian.
I mean, are they functionally different?
No, I'm just letting you guys pick a name.
Okay, yeah,
So,
that works
alright.
for me.
Sister Guardian it is.
All right.
And
You-
we'll
He's
make sure
like-
the other two are. Sorry, we'll make sure the other two are recovered as well. But
yeah, they're. You guys recently opened up some ports and stuff.
We got
There will
3
be.
warships out of this, Luke.
it's 3/5 of a new fleet.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
So those will need to be divvied up at some point. But for now, you lot are in Sister's Guardian with a small crew. Yeah,
I was going to ask Ferris if he could be spared.
yeah. Ferris said yes earlier. He
Okay,
says that
I missed that. I'm getting a lot of interference right now, so I'm not.
Okay, yeah. The trauma surgery part is over. What is left is lingering care, and Maester Elston's mind is better suited for that than Maester Ferris's hands. So he has overseen the short-term injuries and care, and is understands that he could be useful elsewhere. So Maester Elston and serving girls, etc., will see to tending the wounded that remain. So yeah. So you guys have Maester Elston. You have a skeleton crew of a half dozen sailors. You're not doing anything with the ship except for sailing a short distance down the coast, so it doesn't require a whole lot of prep or stocking, etc. And you are swiftly down the coast. The sun beats down on you with no shade save sails, but you are out on the open water. So you've got some spray, you've got the cooler wind, and none of you are particularly bothered by the heat, even if you're a bit unaccustomed to the glare of the Dornish sun off the sea. Luke has been getting some sailing practice in lately and is able to keep the crew running smoothly and quickly. And yeah, you guys make pretty good time. Luke, go ahead, Ash.
Yeah, and basically just like as soon as there's a chance for privacy, Adam needs a hug, so he is just going to cleave to Ferris like a barnacle for a few
Aw.
minutes. 'Cause he's having a rough time.
I appreciate you getting to the nautical theme with that barnacle reference.
Yeah, very nice.
That was completely unintentional.
It's easily worth a bonus dice, I think.
By all means, give me a bonus dice.
So, Luke, roll leadership plus your bonus die for sailing-related things from the perk whose name I do not remember giving you. I just don't remember what the perk was called, but that was a perk you got.
You didn't name it. You just said it was a floating bonus die about sailing.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought I had a name for it, but anyways, yes.
It's called
So,
boat shit.
let's call it Oraine's Apprentice.
There you go.
Oh no.
Yep, that's what you get for not making up a name to tell me that I already made up.
I should have something cool, like sea dogs or
Sea
Space
dogs,
devil.
mate,
Oraine's
sea dogs are
Apprentice.
cool.
I think it's cool. What skill? There's no leadership skill. There's
Yeah,
skill.
like warfare is the
Okay.
the default for leading men and this sort of thing. There's a willpower specialty that would also apply if you'd rather roll willpower, because that's used for coordination. But either one of those two.
Yeah, I'll do willpower. I got dice in that. I've been ready to put my warfare up. Okay, a 6,655. That's pretty fucking good. That's a 17 with 3 dice.
Nice.
Okay.
I will never roll that good with 4 dice again.
You lot have favorable winds, and are able to make very good time down the coast. And as you are pulling into the docks at the Tor, we will take our break.
Oh,
So we will
thanks,
cut
buddy.
and jump to a new scene there. So we'll be back in a couple minutes, everybody,
All right, cool.
See y'all shortly.
and pick up with convincing the Maester of House Jourdain to give you some books without a library card.
And if we stab him, do we on?
All right, we are back, having successfully sailed down the Dornish coast. The Nymerian siblings arrive.
We didn't
Uh,
all drown. You're welcome.
yeah, good job. So you make your way down and arrive at the docks of kind of outside the Tor. Much like most noble houses, they're not actually like in a town or city. And it's definitely a town here, maybe a village. Um, but you know, a half mile away, you see the castle itself jutting up from the Dornish landscape. Um, and there you are. You are now in Sweetport Town. Sweetport is what it's called, which is where the trade comes in and out of House Jourdain lands. And what remains is trying to get into the castle itself of House Jourdain, or going somewhere else in Sweetport Town. Is there anywhere else in town you would like to go, up to and including going to their little home first?
Let's
You
go
want
there
to do
first.
that and then go to the keep, or what are we thinking here?
I want to go to the cottage first.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, I'd be afraid that someone might check there again if we don't go there first.
All right, so you are able to make your way through to the Sprayside Village House, which is not
Yeah.
terribly far from
Why did
Sweetport.
grandfather have like a little vacation house out here we didn't know about?
Well, it was for Willy Will, not us.
I think it was to meet with Lady Elena, and he's just telling us this now.
Oh, look, no. There are things I don't need to know.
Things you don't want to know.
If we see an M plus O on the tree outside,
So you're able to make your way there. A few of the villagers know where to send you, since you guys didn't bring Oris, because he does stand out a little bit, and also he's
Uh-huh.
wanted for murder here. But you're able to just ask, and they all have this kind of woeful or small peasant disgusted type of vibe, and they put up like a little warding sign against evil when they talk about that cursed place. And it's, oh, where the bastard did his kinslaying, and that sort of thing. Like it's definitely gotten a reputation in this village from recent events, and there's clearly not much doubt in any of their minds, at least the ones that you've run into, about what happened. You do know that Laurel is a dockside wench that works at a tavern here, and she was kind of closest to the action, as it were. She works at the Cat's Head Tavern. Oris would have mentioned that if asked. If anybody, presumably you guys asked him a quick little quiz. But on your way out, so the house itself is comfortable but unremarkable, which you're pretty sure is exactly why it got purchased. Not wanting it to stand out. And sure, you could certainly see this as a fairly humble from the outside home that a particularly lucky hedge knight might have been able to save up for, especially if that hedge knight and his bastard son fixed the place up a little. Like it's really just kind of ramshackle looking, but it's far enough out of town to have a little privacy. It's from the outside. You also do see what must have been the privy that Willy Will was headed to, and this open green area where the fight must have happened. The mud is all churned up, and it dried that way because Dorn. So mud got churned up and awful, and then it just kind of hard coated, dried that way. So the yard ish here is still a mess. There's a humble stable um, that is currently empty. And then you get into the house, and it looks nicer than it should. It's not like a magical, bigger on the inside TARDIS type of thing. It's just that, like, the stuff in here is better than it should be from the looks outside, and better than you're pretty sure you'd find in any of the other houses in Sweetport Town, except for maybe like the dockmaster or the bailiff or something, right? Like, this is clearly comfortable and well crafted. This is like not quite castle forged furniture, for lack of a better term, right? This is not the rickety college boy dorm room bullshit. This they're not using lawn chairs on the inside. This is like a matching set of good furniture, clearly made by the same craftsman, and they're all, big, padded, sturdy, comfortable chairs, like a set of 4 of them that match a fancy reading desk that looks more at home in a solar than in any shack owned by Woolly Will, right? It's a very fancy and, reading desk, and then all across the room, uh, like all the shelves on one whole wall, it's bookshelves, and again, they're pretty well made bookshelves. They are These cost a lot, bookshelves, compared to the outside. Um, the bookshelves are all empty. The desk has been gone through. Um, the drawers are still half open. There's nothing, not a scrap of paper to be found in them. It doesn't look like it was violently tossed in a destructive way, like in a movie, right? Where, oh, the bad guys have already been here. It's not that vibe so much as just guards were told to empty it and they did,
Right.
right?
Not ransacking.
Right, yeah. And they didn't, cut the cushions open. The stuff isn't broken and all over the place. It's just, it looks like it was kind of carelessly cleaned out by guards that were, you know, who needs these fancy books and such, right? And just not fucking caring or terribly careful with it. So, here you are in their Sprayside Village house. And as you look at the fine furniture, you do remember that someone lived here before Woolly Will moved in. And that was Jothos Valerian,
Right.
a kind of an uncle of yours, I guess a second uncle, whatever, on the Valerian side. And the furniture makes a little bit more sense. You're like, yeah,
Eh,
I could see a Valerian having this stuff. And actually, upon a closer inspection, Luke, you're able to notice, it's got a few of, like, the furniture that's in here has a few of the points on it that would be used to secure it in a captain's quarters. So it's got like the extra little stuff to be tied down. So it looks like this was the kind of plush stuff of a captain's, office on a ship that has just been very kind of well cared for and carefully maintained in the years since. So, remembering that there is three swinging bachelors that at various points have lived here, it's easy to spot the Valerian stuff and then the Woolly Will and Oris stuff. They're like, yeah, okay, this place makes sense now.
So the crate is Wooly Wilson.
Makes me happy we don't have a black light.
Yeah.
Right.
And Oris didn't give you any more instructions than up in the rafters.
Who's
But
the smallest of us?
probably Adam.
Me.
now Adam got awful big.
Adam or you?
I mean, not like awful. I mean, he's not massive. He's only like 5'10" or something, and he's not like built or anything.
He's awful, but he's too big to deal with.
Can we lift you up to look in the rafters?
Right.
I mean, I don't know how tall the girls are, but I mean, like, he's certainly like not taller than Luke, and he's not like bulkier than Luke either. So, like, he is probably the smallest. So, if someone gives me a boost, I'll go up there.
Just,
Yeah.
pony
Yeah,
up.
and it's exposed rafters and like cross beams.
All right.
For his part, Maester Ferris goes over and is like carefully closing the desk drawers, like just like it was killing him for them to be like torn half open and stuff. And he's just like, nope, let's just scoot you closed. And he's like, you get the feeling he's looking like if there were papers and books here, he'd be like tidying them up because maesters and their ilk are just like no, you don't leave that shit.
Has
Really?
literally all the books and papers been removed? Like,
Yes.
literally. Right,
Yeah,
it just
there's-
these bookshelves. I wasn't sure if they were full bookshelves or if they were.
Yeah. No, yeah, there's not a scrap of parchment remains, so it's
Ah.
thoroughly cleaned.
Okay, am I going to need to get lifted, or can I just like stand on a chair and at least see up to see where I need to? Cool.
It's gonna take some boosting,
Okay.
I'll
but it
put
doesn't.
my hands together so you can have a place to step.
Thanks, Luke.
I can
But
help as
it's-
well.
Yeah, it is. It's fairly easy. Once you get that boost, you're able to grab a rafter and bear some of the weight and kind of look around. And
Yeah.
oh,
Yeah, I think
there it
there's, like-
is.
Yeah.
There
so,
is a small pile of papers over on that rafter over there. And you look over, and it's just over one of the beds. It's a big one that's heckin' messy. But you're like, yeah, no, I could see Oris standing there
The
after
obvious
having
spot.
to do some writing and just stowing
Wake
it.
up.
Not quite middle school kids stashing stuff under their bed, but a similar vibe, right? Just like stupid writing. This is so dumb. My writing's so bad. I'm gonna hide it, right? And that's, that makes sense.
okay, I think I see it over in that back corner. So let me down and lift me back up over there.
All right. Down and up.
Yep. It's a little more awkward over here because you kind of got to put like one leg up on Oris's bed and balance a little bit more. It's not steady, stable ground. But sure enough, you guys are able to snatch this handful of well-worn papers and come back down without anybody taking a tumble.
Okay. I'll take them to the desk and kind of like sit down there to look at them.
Uh,
Very curious as to what he wrote down.
It is 3 pages that probably does not need to be. Like you guys certainly know that Adam or Grandfather Makar or a Maester
So-
would have
sorry.
put.
Sorry, I need to interrupt. The audio broke up for a second there, so
What's up? Okay.
I'm sorry.
Uh,
Again, sorry.
it is 3 pages that doesn't need to be 3 pages long, but it's in like font size 32, right? Like it's big handwriting of somebody clumsily learning letters. So it should be like 1 page, right? Like if it was written by Adam or Grandpa Makar or the like, right? And it is almost adorable. Just this kind of big blocky handwriting, and there's the occasional spot where more than should have. You see quills broke, like the tips just busted off from the mildest of frustration from somebody with like a 6 athletics, right? And it's a mess, but it's legible, and it's almost like a code to decipher the handwriting and make out a few errors and that sort of thing.
I do have dice and decipher if that helps.
No, you're able to. It just takes longer to read than it should. Once you get it, are you going to presumably share with the class?
Yeah, I'm not stopping anyone
Right.
from looking. I think if it's only 3 pages, I'll probably just lay them
Yeah.
out in whatever seems like the order they went in.
So, here we go. I did not steal from King Eris II. Not 1 copper halfpenny did I steal from the man I knew. My cousin, my friend, has been dead for years. only the Mad King remains. The last vestiges of his sanity, his nobility, and his humanity have been burned away by wildfire. He is mad for it. Like some men crave milk of the poppy, he needs the smell of smoke thick with burnt hair. In his haste and his rage, in his paranoia, he mistook me for my father. There should be no shame in being mistaken for Lord Lucaris Valerian, the proud master of ships and noble lord of the tides. But there was a monstrous shame in the order the Mad King gave, and the way he expected it to be followed without question tells me what sort of man my father truly was. I would curse him, but our family already must be. Gonna take a break there if you guys want to discuss a little bit. I've broken it into chunks.
So what
Sure.
it's
Oh, sorry.
so
Go ahead.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding right. So it sounds like this is the son of the Mad King from that last.
Not the son of. This is written by Jothos Valerian. This is your uncle,
Yes. Okay.
who would be heir after the death of your cousin if he was not gone. But he was the Red Cofferer, which is the guy, not the master of coin, but the guy in charge of the physical bank itself, right? Like head of security for the Red Coffers. That was his job. He was very good friends with his cousin, the Mad King. And his father was, yes, Lord Lucaris Valerian, who, under King Aerys II, and who was a kind of lick-spittle loyal lackey of King Aerys II. He was a supporter of his, and one a book by Maester Yandel, in fact, calls him a lick-spittle lord, one of many that fed Aerys's paranoia against Rhaegar and everyone else in order to, like, get close to Aerys. Like, that's the legacy of Lucaris Valerian. This particular one. There's been several. So this was written by Jothos, and at some point, the Mad King mistook him for his father and gave him a monstrously shameful order that he just assumed was going to be followed.
Okay.
So everybody clear there?
Yeah.
Thank
So
you.
far. Okay.
Yeah, that helps.
So yeah, that's the Lucaris Valerian being referred to. He was master of ships under Aerys, etc., etc.
I look away of some bits of shame.
Yeah, I'm not sure I have fully understood, but like I don't want to hold things up. So
And
I've
for
got
the record, just FYI, this Lucaris Valerian that was master of ships under Aerys, he died when the fleet of House Targaryen was destroyed at Dragonstone by a storm. So like that storm. So he's dead. He's out of the picture. But at some point prior to his death, Mad King Aerys, at least momentarily, mistook Jothos for his father and gave him a really shitty order
Okay.
that he's all shameful about.
Okay. My one question is like, is this all just written in like common tongue, or is this after
Nope.
This one is after I've decoded it.
No, this is all common tongue.
All
It's
just
just that it's sloppy and full of typos,
Got it.
But yeah. So that's like front of page 1. You flip it, and the story continues. With a fire ship, he said over and over again, agreeing with himself as eagerly as his accursed sycophantic pyromancers. The grandest ship from our fleet. See to it. Fill the belly with casks of wildfire. Lay the little Dornish bitch upon the deck, and light up the Blackwater with her pyre. But the girl is not dead, your grace, I said to him. Your granddaughter is hale and healthy. Why should I leave a granddaughter alive? The only unsullied Targaryen woman in all the world? For that usurper to take and wed, strengthening his claim? No, I will be rid of her myself, rather than stain House Targaryen with that shame. Do your duty. 7, forgive me. I could not bring myself to kill him. I could not save Eris from himself, and I could not save the realm from him. I fled the throne room.
Wow. Okay.
So I'm right. I'm guessing that the Dornish woman he's referring to is Princess Elia.
Princess Elia's daughter, Rhaenys, it was granddaughter, was mentioned.
Right. Okay.
So he was wanting to burn Rhaenys Targaryen alive, rather than leave her here for what he assumed Robert Baratheon would take her and declare himself wed, and that sort of thing.
Oh
Uh,
fuck.
So he gave that order to kill the granddaughter. Jothos Valyrian did not follow it, and is ashamed of himself for not murdering his cousin just for giving that order, right? Next page. The women begged me to take the girl.
I have no further
What?
questions.
Oh,
Sorry. I think I was just saying I have no further questions, but I didn't
Okay.
realize that you were starting.
yeah,
Sorry.
it lagged up a little was all. So, okay, we're good.
Yeah, my connection's been really bad. I'm sorry.
So, the women begged me to take the girl, and with her to take on my grandest duty yet. I had already chosen and put into motion by then my plans for the coffers, but it was the princess's tears, her utter lack of surprise when I told her the Mad King's plans, and her resignation that put the babe in my arms. She and Queen Rayla had long dyed the girl's hair Dornish brown to make sure that her mad grandfather's disdain and ignore for her, and saving her from his greedy claws that tortured Queen Rayla so. A queen and a princess both wept and begged me to spirit the baby away. What kind of man could say no? So, the princess and the queen never looked so frail as when they handed their daughter over. But Nymeria herself was never so brave. My cousin, Queen Rayla Targaryen, and the Princess Elia of House Nymeros Martell, the bride and once the pride of the young dragon. The two of them were the crone and the mother. They stayed in Magar's holdfast to die. I took the maiden and I fled, a thief in the night.
Wow.
Holy crap!
Can we put some names to? Yeah, I'm gonna need a little bit of help filling in the family trees a bit here.
No problem. So, Princess Elia is Princess Elia Martell, who was wed to Prince Rhaegar. And then Rhaegar basically ditched her to go kidnap and rape Lyanna Stark. Right? But
Yeah.
he had children with Elia Martell. That said, infamously, the Mad King did not like his granddaughter. And his comment was that she smelled Dornish, and he wrinkled his nose and he never touched or held her. Now, what you're hearing here is that it sounds like that was arranged by Elia and Queen Rayla. They were like, let's dab a little bit of cumin behind the ears and a sprinkle of garam masala in her hair, and let's dye her Targaryen silver hair brown so that he thinks she is Dornish as fuck. Because we're not gonna let him do to this granddaughter what he did to me, his sister wife. So it sounds like there was a bit of a conspiracy afoot for the entirety of Rhaenys' life, for the Queen, Mad King Aerys's wife, right, Queen Rayla, and for the Princess Elia to just keep him away from her. They were like, if he hates her, he'll never touch her. Because remember, in the books especially, it came up, he was an ungentle lover with the Queen Rayla. Some of the stuff that tortured Jaime Lannister in the books was having to stand outside Mad King Eris's bedchamber and listen
Yeah.
to her screaming and crying.
Yeah, I think there's
So-
a bit where he's like, he wants to intervene and says like we're supposed to protect her, and I think another king guard says yeah, but not from him.
Yes.
Not from him.
Yeah. So it sounds like the women took it upon themselves to make him disdain his only granddaughter.
Holy
Like
shit.
a woman's conspiracy to protect
Yes. But then he disdained her so strongly that when the realm was falling apart and it sounded like maybe Robert's gonna win, he was like, let's just kill her. Let's put her on a big old boat and let's burn that boat. And let's not let Robert Baratheon get the last Targaryen woman. Right? So that was the conspiracy that was afoot. Jothos Valyrian was given this order, refused it, and then it was the tears and sacrifice and courage of the queen and the princess, who he then called the crone and the mother,
Right.
that got him to take the maiden away.
Okay. I'm going to ask a question that maybe we're going to get to in a little bit. So
Yeah, it's
stop
all-
me if I'm asking a leading question. But do we know the identity of his daughter or granddaughter and where she is now?
She was stabbed, quote, 100 times during the sack of King's Landing. The baby was hacked all to pieces. Some rumors say it was fuckballs. I just forgot the guy's name. It's a guy
Lorch.
that you guys, Emery Lorch.
Oh,
yeah,
that's
when-
what that was
when-
about. Okay.
Yeah, so supposedly Gregor Clegane is the one that killed Elia Martell after killing her children, and he raped her and then killed her. But this granddaughter, was supposedly not sure who, was stabbed a bunch of times,
Yeah, hacked up so bad that to be
Yep.
unrecognizable, basically.
and the bodies of the children were wrapped up in Lannister cloaks to hide the blood, and put at Robert Baratheon's feet. Is what people have heard. Next page. I stole casks. Oh, okay.
How old would this child be?
No, hush. Turning the page.
All right, turn the page. Turn the page.
She was born in 280 AC, about 22 years ago now.
Okay.
I stole casks of gold from the Mad King. Yes. I turned my back on my oaths of friendship and loyalty and to my duty as Red Cofferer, and I seized nigh every ingot, every trade bar, every coin, down to the last copper. Let neither of them have it. I filled ale and wine-stinking barrels with silver, gold, platinum, and the crown of Aegon III. I swaddled weapons of Valyrian steel, bundling them for package in writs, patents, and land grants dating back to before my grandfather's grandfather. Some signed into law by the conqueror's own hand. Some would call it the grandest treasure in all the world, secreted away in the name of the blood of old Valyria that we share, in the name of the true Targaryen dynasty that once ruled and will rule once more. But the truth is, I stole two treasures. One of coin, one of blood. Only one treasure can be counted and measured. The other is tiny, but beyond such things. I can think of only one place to take her. Eris and Rayla are not my only cousins. If the crown of Aegon the Conqueror can be lost in Dorne, surely so can a little girl. You guys are down to one page. Out of character, quick historical note. The crown of Aegon the Conqueror was lost in Dorne during some of the Dornish wars. Nobody knows where it ever ended up, so it's just kind of a famous thing that you can lose anything in Dorne, right?
I look at the twins.
I kind of like look at my hair real quick and then over at Rhaena's hair.
On to the last page.
Keep reading, Adam.
Yeah, Adam's gonna keep reading.
I have some small taste of the Mad King's paranoia, but I am certain mine is grounded in reality, not lunacy. But then I suppose a lunatic is just as certain. King's Landing is burning behind me. The lion is turned on the dragon at last. I do not know which monster will die, or which would be worse for the kingdom should it live. Eris, Robert, even Tywin, it does not matter. I am not safe. The girl is not safe. The horde is not safe. We would be devoured by any. I know where I must take her. I know that I must not know where the horde is taken. I must trust him with his treasure, as he must trust me with mine. Should either of us be taken, otherwise all is undone. The small folk speak of eggs and baskets. How much grander our dilemma is. And that's the end of that
Reyna.
stack of letters.
Karis.
Reyna.
Like Adam's just going to be kind of in a sort of stunned silence and just sort of staring at the pages themselves. Maybe a sort of searching look at Ferris.
So, what was the babe's name again?
Renus. Ferris looks guilty. Like a hangdog look. If anybody looks his way, which Adam does.
I'm staring right at Reyna the whole time.
He's kind of not quite like do 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 do, like pretending to be busy, but he's standing there looking sheepish.
Ferris,
I
you look like there's something on your mind.
concerned about the state of the books so hastily taken from this place is a thing that is on my mind.
Ferris, don't lie to me. Please.
I didn't. It's a thing that I am worried about.
You're...
Also, I'm concerned for the injured left at Wyvern's Rest. I am worried that your dangerous, sexy ex is back in town and chained up in your basement. I am...
Actually, just stop.
Lots of things are on my mind. I don't know which one you are concerned with.
Like,
And he's like not making eye contact. Like, he is not a good liar, and he's also not really trying to lie. He's just like, fuck.
Is he like nearby enough that Adam can like reach out to him?
Smack him, good idea.
I was like, can I punch him in his face? Yeah.
No.
He's right there. He's like standing over your shoulder, and yeah.
Adam's just gonna like gently take his hand. Like, if you know something about this, please tell us.
I cannot.
Why not?
As a maester, I am sworn to keep the secrets of the Lord of Wyvern's Rest, and he is not here. Maester Elston, out of concern for his heart, his liver, his kidney, most of him,
He's old.
shared with me a secret that must be known only by the maesters and the lords of Wyvern's Rest, and I am sworn to share it with none save the Lord of Wyvern's Rest.
All right.
He is clearly unhappy about this, for the record. It's not like...
That's fine. Like, Adam's not displeased with him or anything. He'll like give the hand a squeeze and let go, and very well, it will have to wait until we return then.
Oaths are important.
But is there anything you can tell us right now that would not be violating your oath?
Or anybody you can look at real hard. I look at Reyna.
We should recover the books and return to the Lord of Wyvern's Rest as quickly as possible.
Yes, then let all secrets be done.
I would suggest that we go to the tour immediately.
I don't disagree.
Yeah, agreed.
Reyna leaves.
I heard tell of a bar winch, but I don't see how that could advance your cause at this point.
I doubt she knows anything. I have no desire to talk to her either. Someone else can do it if they want.
All right.
Reyna's hands are shaking a little.
Yeah, I think I'm like. I would hope that Adam's sort of empathy is good enough to at least notice that Raina's kind of shaken, um, and go to her and just kind of not say anything, but just sort of like put his kind of hand sort of on her shoulder lightly as they walk to kind of let her know that he's here for her. Are you all right, Raina?
I'm well. I'm well. We have to get the books and get back to grandfather to get back to Lord Maykar.
Do you want to lead whatever negotiations come, or would you like me to do it?
Let's see how they greet us. Uh,
All right, but you know the look to give me if you want me to pick up where you leave off.
I do.
And if
Adam,
need
I must
someone
apologize.
stabbed.
Mhm.
I've
Adam,
I've brought
sorry, go ahead.
gold in case we need to bribe them.
Adam, I must give you an apology.
Oh, what for?
I made light of the dream you had once, but I think you may be as gifted as my sister-in-law at this point.
Yes, I have. I've always known it was something real, but I appreciate the apology. I feel vindicated.
So, it is perhaps a hastier walk than the one to Sprayside Village, which wasn't exactly a casual amble. But yeah, you are able to make your way back through the town. Sounded like no stop at the tavern was the plan.
I'm not
Could
Uh,
not
stopping.
think could not think of an excuse.
Yeah, me
uh,
either.
and you make your way to the gates of the Tor proper, which is flanked by a largely bored-looking pair of guards, and then one guy that's not quite in the same guardsman outfit. You recognize him as a dedicated garrison member, a castle staff type, instead of a full-on soldier. Right? Like he's still wearing the colors of House Jourdain and their sigil, so he still clearly works for them. But it looks like he's hanging out with these like cops, basically, the pair of guards at the gate, and they're all in the their shirts are the bright yellow of House Jourdain, and then they're wearing like quilted armor doublets that are the checkmarked light green, dark green. That's the other color. So they look pretty fancy. They look pretty routine. Uh, as you stride up, there's a couple peasants, small folk coming and going, and they're like, "In you go, Ned. All right, see you out later." Right? It looks like just a normal stream of people coming and going, and then they're also talking to this third guy, and chatting and laughing at some story, blah 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 blah, and then they kind of perk up when they see you lot, and they scrunch and they squint and then they straighten up, and they
We are
elbow
indoors. I will let the girls take the lead here.
they they, uh, they elbow this other guy, and he's what? Oh, seven hells. Uh, uh,
Greetings.
and they all try to straighten up and fix their shirts.
Over here.
Yeah. Uh,
Greetings.
lords and ladies of I'm married of House Nar. Oh fuck me of the children of the Warden of the Stoneway. What? Uh, fuck. Halt and stay your business. They say plaintively, like that's clearly how they have to answer people, but they don't want to be saying halt and state your business to you. So the two of them kind of have to egg each other on to like do their job.
Greetings. I would have words with uh, Maester Evan, who I believe is currently watching over Jourdain, or watching over the tour for Lord Tribor.
Uh, I'm a lady. Lord Trebor, he took Lady Miria, and they're off trying to find her a husband worthy of a Dornish lady. It's surely difficult, as I'm sure you can appreciate. Um, and right, Maester Even, of course. Uh, only I. 1 second.
Everything okay?
It's been 3 years since I told you guys how the kids died, so I didn't remember. But yes, they are verified dead. There is no Viserys, and there is uh, no Khaleesi coming back from across the narrow sea. There's no Dany or Viserys in this one. I just forgot how they died because it's been 3 fucking years since I decided. So whatever, they're dead though. So
But for real this time, y'all.
yeah.
No, for real.
Uh,
Definitely.
so they go. Oh shit. Oh, we ain't supposed to. Mott, you take him. And they turn and they look to the third guy. And he goes, what? What? I'm supposed to deal with prisoners and such. I ain't supposed to. Oh, piss. Right. Come on then. So the guards don't want to leave their post. They're making this guy that sounds like some sort of goaler deal with it. And he does. He has no idea how to guide noble prisoners. He is used to, he's got a cudgel hanging at his belt. He's used to clearly like prodding people with this to like make them walk. And like instead he's like in front. As it's so weird. Like, yeah, he's.
I'm hoping this was a slip of the tongue, but you just say that he doesn't have any
Prisoner.
idea how to guide noble prisoners.
Yes, sorry. Guide noble guests.
Okay.
He is used to guiding prisoners, not.
Well, we have to kill everybody now.
He tricked you guys into being under arrest.
Oh no!
You left.
Holy
You
shit,
left
I'm
with.
wearing armor this time.
Yeah, you
We're
left
not
with-
Can I
gonna
put
fight.
those things with like camera pins down and we're
Yeah.
already in irons?
Yeah.
Oh,
But yeah, he's
how
just.
did this happen?
He is clearly accustomed to, brutalizing prisoners on their way to the dungeons, not guiding highborn folk. So he's just
he is a
like,
cop.
right, this way then. And he just turns and starts walking. And he's got this cudgel hanging at his hip.
I try
And,
not to tread on his heels.
and he takes you up and through and in. And he's got, oh, fuck, right. And he opens a big door. And he goes, what was it? The children of the warden of the Stoneway is here, your maesterness. Anyways,
Wow.
in you go. And he does this half-assed little bow as he waves with the truncheon for you to go in, which is clearly the only way he's used to gesturing at people.
It's just
Um,
a-
Shake my head, and I'm like, grandchildren, actually. And then I walk up by.
And
Uh,
others. And I
and-
look at Maester Ferris and I look at Rhaena.
As he does the little bow, clumsy and ill-practiced as it is, you lot, with your high awareness, you notice a big glint of gold as something on a chain swings out from like under his vest. When he bows, it's enough for it to swing loose. It's a golden piece of antler.
I know what that is. I know what that is. That
Yep.
is the gold, the bit of gold antler from Robert Baratheon's helmet that Adam had made into a necklace for Oris.
Yep, that's the necklace on this cop.
Adam is going to sort of fume quietly but not say anything. He's not going to. Adam's not saying. They see him be like,
You shall escort us inside. I don't give him an option. I just tell him he is.
Door's right there. Ugh, fucking fine. Alright, so it takes him a moment of awkward jockeying for position because he can't move any of you aside with the truncheon, which is the only way he knows to interact with other human beings. But he heads in, and the maester looks irritated. Like, I heard you the first time, Dob. What? Your pardon, noble ladies, lords, and sir.
Maester.
Daub, take your stench elsewhere.
No, I would like him to stay, please, Maester. Please.
Yes, I have a question for him as well. I think you are getting to it, sister.
Very well. What is it that brings you to the Tor? Is it something to do with our Gola?
In a roundabout way, Maester. My grandfather, Lord Makar, warden of the Stoneway and the Blood Royal, has a small house here. And there was a most unfortunate event there. Murder most foul.
Uh, the bastard kinslaying. Ah, the owner of record. Yes, the taxes are paid up. You needn't worry. They're paid up for quite some time, in fact. The unfortunate business with the Hedge Knight shall have no financial impact upon your dealings.
We are not here to discuss taxes.
We're here to discuss Grandfather Makar's, Lord Makar's belongings that are in your possession and to take them back to Wyvern's Rest.
Oh, I see. The warhorse. The warhorse unfortunately needed to be put down. It would not be guided from their stable. It brained a man.
Wait, I'm sorry. Remind me the horse's name.
Out of character, I gotta look him up real quick.
Um,
or all of his critters were named.
Yeah. He told
I've got
me.
them all. It is. Let me find his critter line. His castle forged destrier was named Lionel after the Laughing Storm, Lionel Baratheon.
Right. So you put down Lionel.
If that was the destrier's name, yes, it took 3 men and poleaxes, but it nigh killed a man and broke the ribs of another. It would let no one near it.
I wonder why.
The books, sir, Maester, the books.
And he looks down at a sheet and goes, and he kind of reaches and tugs the sheet out from under a pile and goes, yes, here is a complete inventory.
I'll if Raina doesn't reach for it,
Yeah,
I'll take.
I'll look at him. Just nod at him.
It is listed in fine maesterly handwriting. 20 books, fine, high quality, rewritten. And then it says 14 books, irregular handwriting matches, still part of set? Question mark.
Maester,
And it says,
take notes on everything.
and then it says red book, gibberish, question mark, line through it, cipher, exclamation point. And then you see a note next to all of these. It does like the little funnel mark for this whole list, and he's like, cipher, underline, underline. So it looks like he was just nerding out and was excited when he noticed that these things were written in code.
So Adam is going to look to Raina and say, "Yeah, they're on here."
Right then, I'll be taking possession, and then we'll get out of your hair.
With my, of course, present this inventory to your grandfather, and he may let me know at his leisure which of these books were his.
We will be taking
They're
them
all his, sir.
Sorry, I didn't mean to speak over you there. Sorry.
They are the lawful possessions of House Jourdain. As you can see, I've already begun to log them into the library.
You took them from a home owned by my grandfather.
they were taken from the home of a kinslaying bastard and his unfortunate victim.
Well, see, the thing is, these books were not the possession of said alleged murderer. These were on loan from our grandfather, and therefore not his to be repossessed.
And I suppose you have some proof that the bastard did not write these?
Um, what
Uh,
Kinslaying Bastard produces a library in their spare time.
Sorry,
But
just the lack of like court stuff is so fun. And was just like, prove something you can't. Also, I don't believe in evidence, right? Like it's just
Sir Aris does not have letters and so is unable to read or write, sir.
I suppose there's no way to check his brain and see what he can and can't do.
No, but you can take the word of a knight.
Not that one. Kinslaying. Unfortunate business. And he does seem like genuinely disgusted. Not like faking disgusted, like, but just like ew, because kinslaying is like super bad.
Yeah.
So he gives the impression of
You
believing it, right?
you strike me as the kind of man who would appreciate visiting other libraries at some point.
Well, yes, of course, all maesters, and he gives Ferris a nod, appreciate the opportunity to learn. Is, after all, one of the founding principles of our order, to share knowledge rather than keep it in the hands of only one house or one maester.
And Wyvern's
However,
Rest has quite the library, but I believe there are more than a few books at Will and Ghost Hill, and I nod to Adam. I suspect you have quite the collection yourself, don't you?
I do, but where are you going with this?
I'm afraid
Yeah,
I'm not.
very much like, yeah, like, my library at Harren Hall is fucking awesome, but are you proposing I let this riffraff into it?
I'm afraid I am not at leisure to travel to Ghost Hill, Wyvern's Rest, or Heron Hall, as
No,
I'm
that's
currently
unfortunate.
overseeing my lord's estates in his absence.
Well, I can't speak for Heron Hall being some distance, but those other locations are quite within but a day's ship travel.
But also, brother, Harren Hall is not yours to invite people to.
Sure, while we're negotiating, you can't come to Heron Hall.
I didn't say that. It was just very presumptuous to say.
To be like, I'm not letting that guy in my house.
Very useful to add right now.
I see. So it is your claim, or rather that of your noble lord grandfather, that all the property found in this home was his.
It is, and he'd be quite happy to get it back.
Adam's
As
gonna
would
look.
I.
Yeah, Adam's gonna look to Reyna like, is this the official line? Is this what we're doing?
This is our stuff. I mean,
Well, it has been some time since the arrest, but I believe the Roundsea is still in our stables. The wagon, if you believe Lord Makar has need of it, along with the clothes that any two of you could fit in. It should take me only a day or two to assemble the confiscated goods from the Kinslayer and his victim.
Excellent.
But in
Am
the
I-
meantime, we'll take the books.
This is most irregular, and I can assure you, Lord Trebor will hear of your haste upon his return.
Well, I suppose the books are listed as irregular, so that makes sense.
I
Slightly smug smirk.
Lord
I-
Trevor can take a boat down to Ghost Hill at any point, I will gladly compensate him in trade deals.
Of course, yes, he is free to remonstrate with us at his leisure.
Um, and in the interim, as I'm assembling this full inventory, am I to believe that the Blood Royal requires every matic, whetstone, and boar spear that was in the in the possession of this kinslayer as well? If you can tell me what it is your lord needs, I will gladly provide it. But you must understand, most of these goods have already been seized by the lawful men that risked their lives arresting this dangerous rogue knight.
We have little desire to pull such mundane trophies from your men, with one exception. But the books belong to our grandfather's beloved cousin, and he would like to see them returned.
Can I just out of character ask, like, did Oris have his hammer taken off him? Is it in this inventory?
You haven't seen it. Yeah, and it seems like they would have.
There was a two-handed warhammer in the knight's possession, and the sword belonging to the victim that we would strongly prefer be returned, but otherwise.
Sorry. I know only of what I have cataloged. Dob, see to it. Dob has tucked the necklace back in and actually inched towards the door a little during this conversation. Like,
dog.
A moment, please.
Right. The sword and hammer and such, they's down at the Cat's Head. Some of the lads, I mean, none was big enough to use them, so they thought they'd make fine trophies over the mantle and such. And I don't know about that horse, but
well, the horse is less important. If the hammer and the sword can be returned, I'm prepared to offer some small compensation for it.
I mean, they ain't. Wait, so would you pay the compensation to him what got him for you? I mean, because they ain't mine to take, but depending upon the compensation, old Dob's willing to take them.
Adam has been approaching him at this point, and he is just fully going to actually pick the string of the string, like the cord of the pendant, and kind of sort of pull it out.
He winces. He does an "I'm caught" wince, not an "I'm scared of you hitting me" wince, right? But a don't wince, right?
That's not fine. I've got an idea. Like, and Adam is doing this in a kind of languid way, I guess, maybe, and he just kind of sort of turns it in his hands and throw this in, and I will give you gold for it.
Oh, well, now, that there got naught to do with this kinslayer. Old Dob took that off some prisoner.
Don't lie to us.
Remember who?
Raina gets fiery out of nowhere.
Adam's deliberately being a little bit sexy on purpose. He's leaning in to kind of speak kind of almost in his ear, because I had this made, so I know where it came from, and I will say nothing.
It could be the gadabout rogue I took it from stole him from him for all this. Notorious thief he was, the one I seized this from. No doubt took it from the bastard.
You gotta appreciate this guy's effort.
Nevertheless, it is a bauble of sentimental value, and I would be very grateful.
Well, now look, for the gratitude of Highborn and such, I'll hand over this trinket. No a problem. But look, the sword and hammer, they ain't mine to give. Though old Dob will gladly take you down the Cat's Head way, and you can talk to him yourself.
That would be very well, because I would also be grateful for the introduction. The subtext being, I will give you extra gold if I get those things back from these guys you're going to introduce me to, kind of thing.
All right then. And he takes the thing, the necklace off and hands it to you. He goes,
Thank you.
right, well, it's this way. And he is much more
Tuck it
deferential
into his
now.
doublet out of the way.
Yeah, Ash is lagging a little weird, but I got it. It's just your picture froze, but your audio was there.
Yeah, like you guys all froze for me, so I think it's just my connection's rubbish. I'm really sorry about it.
So he is now deferentially, kind of fawningly, leading you back. So he's like walking backwards and bowing about every 6th step, right, and that sort of thing.
That's fine. It's all right. You don't need to bow so much. It's fine.
Well, right, walking with all haste then. Out of the way, you fucking wretches! And he raises the cudgel at anyone that gets near and is like, parting, out the way! Old Dob, leading the warden of the Stoneway himself, come to see us and get himself a dram pulled down at the Cat's Head. Get removed, you peasant! And he just starts like, he's just suddenly bellowing and threatening everybody, and peasants are like, what the fuck? And like, right, so the crowd parts, and you are able to walk pretty quickly. And there's the Cat's Head. You're pretty sure that's it, on account of the sign is a giant fucking cat's head. There's no writing because, even in Jourdain lands, the small folk can't write. But there's just a big fuck off cat's head sign out front. He's like, here we are, lords and ladies and your services, and right this way. And he like raps on the door with the butt of his cudgel, and he's like, open up in the name of the Blood Royal himself.
Oh my
All
god.
right. You got about a 12. You got about a 9.
Why?
Yeah. I didn't mean to be leaving right away, but it's like I think this the others have got the other shit under control. So
Yeah. As you guys are leaving, the maester confers with Ferris, who stays behind, and they are bundling the books up in oilcloth and stuff like that for travel.
Ferris
I
knows
believe-
exactly. Ferris knows
I believe-
exactly what. So we're good.
I'm going to say slightly too loud to Adam. Oh, good work, Adam. I thought I was going to have to kill this guy.
Oh,
I thought
Blood's
I
murder.
was.
Blood's absolute murder to shift out of Velvet.
And
No.
so, with Dob the jailer playing Harold inside the bar, your presence is announced, and sure enough, standing out like the captain's furniture in that little cottage, right? There is the castle forged greatsword, in Tyrell style, hanging crossed with the castle forged warhammer, and they are over the like hearth, and like there's this really impressive stag's head that's now awkwardly off to one side, and like there's nothing offsetting it on the other side. They were just like, no, fuck the old trophy, right? And they just like got rid of that, and they put those up there, and they're still not like rigged up very fancily. There's just like a peg or two in the wall that they're on. There's no like fancy, thing. They're just like, hurry up and put that shit up there. They're probably worth the tavern, right? Like those so super nice castle forged weapons up there, gleaming and on display. You see an innkeep who is frantically scrubbing down the bar with both hands, and cursing under his breath. Like, oh, fucking Highborn, didn't know Highborn was coming. Thought they wouldn't come, Lord Turbo ain't in town. Why is Highborn coming today of all days? Please be seated, me lords and me ladies. We'll be there right away with your, we got rabbit, we got mutton, and we got a good ale and
I really
a good enough cider.
Ale, mutton, and a winch.
No.
Oh wait, are we
have
all
time-
here?
Yeah.
I thought we were all heading down to the.
Yeah, sorry, I got totally confused and thought he'd taken Adam separately away with him. Like, I got
No,
confused.
like Adam was in front of the entourage, and Adam was the one
This
he
is
was
Adam's side
fawning.
quest, but we're all
Yeah.
helping.
He was fawning over Adam the most. But yeah, you guys are all there. So,
Yeah,
short on time, is it? Have to leave in a hurry. That's too bad. Fine. No, Laurel, get a basket. The good one. No, yeah, fuck it. Leave the cloth in. And he starts yelling, and it looks like they're gonna make you a little picnic basket. Because he might also just be in a hurry for you to leave before he gets in trouble for something. Right, so mutton and some ale, and ready for the road. Aye. Let no one say the Cat's Head service is poor or slow. Laurel, fucking hurry. And yeah, no, fine. For the four of you then?
I would just
Five
like to
of
speak.
us.
Sister yourself.
I would just like to speak to the person in charge, if at all possible. Thank you.
That's me. I trust you've no complaint. Terribly sorry about the state of this place. Good wenches hard to find. They leave it filthy, they do. I done tried. It's just old Dob only told me you was coming not 10 seconds back.
Your establishment is quite
And
satisfactory.
he comes scurrying over, like wiping his hands on his apron and, like
I love
clearly-
this guy.
clearly terrified for all the wrong reasons, right? He's just like,
Yeah, I'm just gonna try and use charm on him. Like, good sir, no complaints at this time. We have a request to make regarding that piece of ordnance up there.
the what now?
The sword and the hammer.
The sword and the hammer. You see,
I took him from a kinslayer we did.
Wow, the other one's way darker though.
Yeah, terrible murderous bastard, not to be trusted. Slew his own father, he did, and him a cripple. Oh, shameful affair. But
how much would you
we-
like for them? I would like to make you an offer for them.
begging your pardon? You
I would
want
like-
them?
Yes, I would like to.
Oh no, they terribly cursed and unlucky they are. You wouldn't want to risk the ire of the Seven by taking such things into your home. It's only on account of all of us share the curse equally. What we can bear it. Wouldn't want the baleful gaze of the Seven to cast upon him what hoards the weapons of a kinslayer.
This guy, I like him. I'm buying him.
You can't buy him. There's no slavery in Westeros.
So,
Well, I could buy his whole place and send him over to Ghost Hill.
though, but well, I mean, I have access. I am good friends with the Septon and can have them blessed to counteract the curse. So, would 10 gold dragons be sufficient?
Holy shit!
Curse, that's old woman's heresy anyway. There's no curse that could befall a knight, no matter a kinslayer or not. Surely. Only just now I remembered we already had our septon, bless him too. It's foolish me, just overly concerned with the safety and well-being of you blood royals and such as all. Old Cat's Head, we want no unhappy folk here. Laurel, fetch the fucking feet. Laurel, fuck the basket! Laurel, get the sword down. Well, then get a stool, wench. A stool. Terribly sorry about this, your lords and ladies. Wenches as dumb they are.
That's all right, good sir. And there's no need for the young lady to struggle. So I'm sure there's a few big, strong men that would be happy to lift them for me.
I look at Karis.
Looks like, are you
I only
crazy? They're
asked for
cursed.
3 things.
I'll take the sword. I can probably manage that, but I cannot carry that.
I need my big strong men.
They are carryable. They're just not going to be
I'll
terribly.
go and help get it.
Yeah, Laurel,
Fucking heavy. Who fucking fights with this
presumably.
shit?
A rather curvaceous tavern wench, wearing a shift not made for a curvaceous tavern wench on purpose, is struggling to to make her way up onto this stool, and she paused right before she grabbed it. And Luke, as you go over to reach up and past her, she's like, she sniffs, and you see a tear in her eye.
Oh, Laurel.
My lady, what's the matter?
Oh, dreadfully sorry, sir. It's just stays heavy, and I'm sorry. I should have moved quicker. I just they're dreadful sharp and all, and very heavy. So you be careful, sir. That fella what bore him, he was right strong. He was.
Yes, we know.
Did you know him?
Of course you fucking did.
I
Oh shit! Yeah, Lucaris wasn't there. Forgot about that.
we was friendly for the bastard showed his true colors. She says like someone that does not believe it. Right?
I'm
Very
gonna motion
Sansa.
for her
Yeah,
to
very
lean in.
very Sansa saying, "My father is a traitor," right? Like she has learned that the village needs to hear this. But yeah, so she leans in. I dreadfully sorry, sir.
My lady, for what it's worth, we believe him to be innocent of these crimes. We're trying to clear his name now. Please, don't shed any tears. Keep your ears open. You'll see him again soon.
He's off to the wall. He is your sirship, and him gone to fight the wildlings and keep us safe. I can only hope the memory of me thighs keeps him warm up there in the frozen cold. If I'd known I'd never see him again, I'd have given him more. I just, it's a shame. It is him and that Will. They fought plenty, but Horus wouldn't never kill him.
And he didn't. He didn't.
Well, perhaps you should have dubbed him into the gold cloaks then. And Adam's just going to get up and walk away from the table because he does not want to be in this conversation with her.
He may yet not be going to the wall, my lady. Just, as I said, keep hope. Do you have words? Can you write?
No, sir. Wench like me, ain't what my hands is for. That's what the fellas always say.
In that case, is there a message I could take to him for you?
What? Oh, I mean, just tell him Laurel says hi, and I hope that he'll remember me fondly up there, surrounded by nothing but lads and such, that he'll think well of me, and that I'm sorry I didn't give him a double. I just didn't know that would be our last time.
Oh.
I give her a pat on the shoulder. I wipe her little tear off her cheek.
I can't help it.
She sounds genuinely remorseful.
I will see this. I go to the wall. You have my word as a knight, my lady. And I grab the heavy-ass hammer and sword, and I lug it back, because apparently I'm the goddamn chauffeur.
I can take one of them.
The sword.
Like, if you don't want to carry it, like I'm pretty sure Adam can manage with it.
Oh, I'm gonna carry it, but I'm gonna complain the whole time.
Okay. The getting to complain is part of the fun, I think.
Yeah, right. That's baked in.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure that you, the player, were okay with it. Like, you don't have to carry it if you don't want to.
There we are then, all's well that ends well. Old Dob glad to save the day as always. Lords and ladyships, do you need an escort through town? Crime's a terrible thing, and I would not have you carry such treasures through here, tempting every cutthroat and robber. Not to worry though, old Dob will see you safely on your way. Tell me, is it to the gates or the docks you're headed? I'll clear a path, I will, me and me cudgel.
Back to the whatever it was. Keep.
Dock, or back to the keep?
Back to Ferris. We're not going to leave him there.
Ferris has arrived. Ferris is waiting outside with a big bundle of books.
Oh, well then, docks.
We were worried because we heard there were terrible robbers about.
Docks.
Right, escort to the docks. I'm on it, miss. No, don't you worry, my lady. And he starts out in the street and begins
he-
to yell.
Did he
Uh,
miss me? Like, and then change it to lady?
he was just, yeah, it started to, because out of character, I was defaulting to a miss on
Yeah.
wrong world. But yeah. So,
It's all fucking tavern.
yeah. So,
This tavern's the best part of this trip.
so the innkeep, uh, thrusts a basket towards whichever is the last of you to turn away. Like whoever might still be watching gets a basket of
Bailiff.
food. He's like, here your ladyship, ma'am. Blessings upon you from the cat's head, and you keep that basket. We don't need it returned. Entirely on the house, as is the remainder of your meal.
Well, thank you. Perhaps we'll
He's
come
not
back
going
one
to-
day.
Expensive basket.
Yeah, he's not going to bicker over the price of your lunch and your basket for getting the 10 gold.
I guess it's Adam's basket,
But
technically.
he's
Yeah,
trying to like make it sound like we're so generous here.
Yeah, like Adam's good for it. He is actually he thought there was a chance we were going to have to bribe at least someone, so he has brought a lot of gold. So he will give them 10 shiny gold dragons.
He takes them and immediately leaves. Like he gives a deferential head bob, like "Thank you, your lordship," and then he's like, "Laura, mind the bar," and then he fucks off somewhere to like go hide them or something, maybe, or to leave. You guys might see him down at the docks trying to buy fare to elsewhere. Who knows? But yeah,
We
he
do.
is
We should offer
gone.
him the women's rest.
One ticket to Essos, please.
Yeah, off to the pleasure plazas of Lease, if you mind. Right? Yeah, like he's just.
We'll
he
never
is
see him
gone.
again. He's gone.
Yeah, he's gone.
I realised that there was a thing I should have checked. When we went to the house, was Will's body gone?
Yes.
Okay. That's the thing I'm going to need to inquire about when we get back.
Was he? Were his remains buried?
No.
Who are you
That's what-
asking?
That's why I'm saying we need to ask when we get back. Where
I mean, you haven't left yet. Like you're on your way to the door to leave the cat's head.
Oh, I thought I meant like when we get back to the tour. I guess is-
And he comes
happened to Will's
scuttling back in. To whose body, ma'am?
The
Milady?
kid who was slain. What happened to him?
Oh, that old hedge knight fella. It's a sad tale. It is, ma'am, if you're sure you want to hear of it.
What happened to his body?
Frightfully frightfully large knight he was, but we buried him, we did, under this linden tree out behind their cottage. It was the one thing that Kinslain Bastard asked for in order to then plead guilty. He said he'd trade, he would, as long as we buried the man what he murdered. Frightfully queer it was, but maybe gone mad. They say he was a drinker.
Adam's going to like hand Dob a gold dragon, like as promised.
His eyes also light up. He does not run. He's still
Yeah.
looking for an additional tip to escort you to the boat, so he's not taking off, but his eyes light up and he's like, clutch, right? He's absolutely death fist
Sure.
around it.
Yeah, for doing as I asked. Thank you.
Is it your plan then to bury the weapons with the knight? I could guide you back to the house if you ain't seen it, and walk you straight to that old linden tree, Dob can. Best guide in the city, you ask anyone, except those what I locked up while upholding the king's laws.
Thank you, but we know the way.
Your ladyship, is it off to the docks or back to their house?
So like Adam's going to look to Raina and say like, so do you think that constitutes sufficient burial, or should we exhume
not
to
a
take
team.
back to Evertrest.
No. Did a septon speak over him?
Aye, it was a proper burial. Me and the lads, we spared no blister on that spade. Dug right deep we did, and then the septon come by and said a few words,
Good.
and there was a bit of oil, I think. It may have been water. Skinflint that septon is. He'll do anything to pinch a copper penny. Not like old Dob. Oh, generous soul me.
Is,
But
is his grave marked?
I haven't letters, your lordship, but there was out of character. I guess it would be like a. I think the easiest way to do it would be like a wooden plank with
Yeah.
a Star of the Seven
Right.
Sure.
carved into it. But he'd say, I'm trying to think of what they would call that though, because it's not a stone. But he'd say, there's a marker.
Grave marker.
I don't know the words what was etched on it, but I saw the star proper enough. A good even hand. Our woodcutter, John done it. He's a good one, that one. Fine craftsmanship.
No doubt. So
I'm not sure if old John was ever paid fair for that marker, though. If you'd like to give old Dob a few coin, I could take it right to him. Make sure that his handiwork meets your lordship and ladyship's approvals.
Don't
I'm
push it, Dob.
Raina, do you want to leave it at that, or do you feel that his name should be inscribed? Because I can arrange that.
Adam, what name?
We'll come back. We'll come back. I believe that what they've done right now is good enough for now. We
All right.
still own. Grandfather still owns
The house.
the house, so it's fine.
Very well.
We will pay you a little extra, Dob, to keep your eye on salt spray seed
It's
spray
the house.
Great. Yeah, it would mean a lot to us if you just kept an eye on it, made sure that no ne'er-do-wells started building a nest or anything like that in it.
Oh, sure. The ne'er-do-wells around these part, they quiver in fear, old Dob and me cudgel they does. I'll let it be known that house is under my protection on behalf of the blood royal himself or herself. And I, a lot of you, all the blood royals, right? All four. Dobbs watching like hawk.
I'll slap on another coin then. Once he's confirmed that, that's fine.
And are we just about ready to head home?
Yes.
Because it's going to be more fawning, right, and more sucking up. But yeah, there is
the
no
level of suck up so far.
no other incidents along the way. You are able to make it to the docks just fine.
I don't take it. Ferris will confirm that we've got all the books that were.
Yeah.
That are
Ferris has all of it. He says, but he does say, there's one missing. Not
missing.
on the invoice, and it's actually noted as they could not find it. Another book is elsewhere.
Which one?
I can go over the numbers with you shortly,
Okay.
but perhaps after we're a ship.
Yes.
All right. So you think that we are safe to go a ship without
Yes.
it?
Yeah. According to the note, the maester could not find it. It was just they noticed one was missing from the set.
Like book 7 was missing or something out of 10.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
So,
So it was already missing when they took them to the tour. Right. Got it.
So, all right. I will be right back. I got to pee real bad all of a sudden. Sorry, buddy. So you guys make it back to the ship, and you start home, and I will be right back.
We'll just stare at Raina until we come back.
Losing the letter S from the encyclopedia.
Right?
He's like, now I don't have the full
maybe.
set.
Maybe the letter R.
R?
For Rhaegar. For
Sure.
Rum.
A good
Rum.
choice.
For
What else?
raiding. For who else? What else would be with an R?
You said all the words.
That it's a very small book, to be fair. I mean, it'd be easy to lose.
What the hell? 7 L's. This has been a
All
day.
7 of them. One for each of the 7. You know, with a stranger, you're not really sure if what you're getting is the heaven or the hell at any given moment.
Right?
So how would you
So-
know?
So, does this mean you're the heir to Liver's Rest, Bela?
We don't know. We might
We don't
find that
know.
out in a little bit if we get back.
Oh, when we get back, there'll be no more secrets. It is all on the
Oh,
line.
I wouldn't count
Well,
on there being
that's what-
no more secrets.
Like, Mikael better still be alive when we get back to fucking. It better not be a. Oh, I'll tell
He's
you
all-
later. And then we,
He's all, oh no!
yeah,
He's right there.
we will get a red priest to
I-
resurrect him, so he tells us some shit.
I was sort of afraid of that too. Like I thought about it. I don't want to say anything. Like what? What
Right?
if?
Don't give any ideas. Don't
Right?
Oh, I'm sure he's had that idea.
Oh, convenient heart attack. Okay, get the red priest.
Well, I suppose that's a page out of the Yoda book. Like, literally die so that people stop asking you questions.
Yeah.
I don't like a sister thing, because I'm real close to this one chick, and like she kind of likes me and another guy, and I don't know if I should pursue it. But like, if she's my sister, I just want to know right away.
I'm back, and that was a very fun conversation for you guys to have while I was away. It's not what I expected to come back to, but I should have.
Really should have.
You really should have.
So, as you are a ship, Ferris is able to start to go over the books with you a bit.
Yeah,
And this is all of
yeah.
you that are interested. So-
Adam will be very insistent. Like, he wants to clap eyes on these books as fully and quickly as possible.
So in the captain's quarters, where they are safe from the sea spray, etc., etc., he has arrayed stacks of books, and he says there are a stack of 20 of them that could be like an encyclopedia, right? That stack, they're all in a very deep, dark leather, all a very like just black, just like basically pitch black dyed, but like chased with silver, like little bits of metal on the corners and stuff are silver, and it's all very fancy, and you and so there's that stack. Then there's a smaller stack that looks like a high school sophomore's locker. In that, it's a mismatched thing of spiral bound notebooks and folders, and this one particular type of folder that the chem professor or the chem teacher insists everybody use this type of folder. And then also there's this textbook and that textbook and a couple of blue books in there, right? It's a mix of everything, and it looks like there's about 15 or 16 of them that are these smaller, irregular, mismatched books that were catch as catch can. This is what I could afford. This is what I got. I bought a book and scraped the ink off and then rewrote it. Right? Like it's this weird misshapen combination of them. And then in the center between the two piles is one very small, very red book in red leather that looks like it's been stylized into dragon scales, right? Like it's been pressed or stamped to like a scale mail vibe, and it's this deep red. And Mr. Ferris puts his hand on the stack of fancy dark books. This is, upon opening each of them, there is a very neat date in the beginning. If I may, and he runs his hand from the bottom to top, 260, 261, 262, 260, etc., etc., to 280, pat. the stack of books.
Hmm.
Okay.
Then the other stack, and he starts from the top here, and he goes 296, 295, 294, down, down, down to 282. It would seem that the book, written in the year 281 after conquest, is missing. Also, the date is the only thing easily made out in these. The rest is in code. And this, and he pats the red book in the middle, is the cipher to that code.
I thought as much.
What
Remember
ye-
when we
oh,
remember
sorry.
when we decoded the butcher's journal together? Ready to do it again?
I believe
And, and,
this
this-
code.
and there is definitely a flirtatious undertone to that.
Do it
Uh,
again.
This is not the code cribbed together by John Thor Sand or the Butcher. This code is the safekeeping maneuver created by Jothos Valerion, the Red Cofferer. It will take us
Longer.
some time.
Well, that's even the more excuse for us to be in a room together, I guess. Sorry. Yeah, I would maybe say something more elegant, like, I mean,
Bela, go ahead.
Yeah, yeah.
not a bad thing.
So the book that's missing, 281. Is there something significant about that year? Maybe. Are any of us siblings
The
born
year after the rebellion, wasn't it?
in that year?
That's the year after Robert's rebellion ended.
Oh, okay.
The rebellion ended in 280, which Ferris excitedly, that's why the books are stacked from low here to high. He opens 280, but he like flips it over and then opens the back cover, and he says, and this page is what Oris translated. Or rather, a copy of this page was what Oris used to copy who knows how many times. It would seem that Lord Jothos gifted Will and Oris with a basic understanding of the code, or perhaps a deciphered copy of a single page, for Sir Oris to practice his penmanship by copying. No doubt those copies have long since been burned, save these ones. The Maester, or Maester Even, was terribly disappointed at the amount of writing material that seems to have been put to the torch over the years. Out of character, just different types of ash piled up and piled up and piled up. Over time, it's going to look different than woodcutting ash. So yeah, it looks like they wrote stuff and then they burned it, and then they wrote stuff and then they burned it, and then Wooly Will tried to put his mind to the work of deciphering, and just he wasn't built for it. Right? Like, he was really good at other things, and he and Oris were good at keeping these safe, but he wasn't going to make much progress. But it sounds like they tried and they burnt stuff. What they tried to decipher, and then they burnt it. And they tried, and then they burnt it. And Oris did mention that Wooly Will often struggled with that red book when you guys
That
first
red
mentioned
book,
the
I
books.
remember that.
So
Yeah, Adam's opening the red book to look at it.
it is definitely the gibberish that it should be. It is a mixture of the common tongue and Old Valyrian. Some of the characters are associ in nature. Sometimes in the middle of a word, it will go from, you're like, like there'll be a sentence that's a mix of common and Valyrian, but then three of the words in the middle of it will be written in associ characters that are reminiscent of Valyrian characters. So it's like leet speak in the middle, which may or may not mean what it says when you decipher that and turn it into letters. And so it's going to be some work.
That's fine. I took Decipher specifically for code breaking way back, and I expect that I'll be able to use them on this.
I'll be setting sail with the men while this is
Yes.
happening.
Yeah, and this is you guys looking at the books after you're on the move. Yeah, you were on your way home. All was well. Everybody get a destiny point.
Huh.
Ooh.
Yay.
Thank you.
Because you handled all
I
that
don't
pretty
know how
well.
that bodes for what's coming.
What are you talking about? What? Why are you nervous when I'm generous? I just don't understand. It's not like there's a bunch of health packs on the wall and a save point right when the music changes.
Yeah, I'll get to that save point later. I'm gonna go to this room first.
Yeah. So as far as the GM and the weather is concerned, the trip back is uneventful
All right.
and rather swift. You made really good time earlier today, and since then a storm has blown in, but it's just the right kind of storm to help you pick up some steam. And Luke is able to cut the sails into the wind or against the fucking whatever, I don't know. And you guys make good time. Right.
At this point, we just ride it on in.
Right.
So you are able to make good time getting home. As the sun sets, you clearly cut a couple hours off what was expected from the usual. So yeah, you are able to return fairly quickly and certainly without issue or concern. Does anyone have any pressing business, or are we going to the Solar?
Before we get there, I just want to kind of get everyone together and say, when we get there, grandfather's secrets, they have endangered our families. He needs everything's coming clean. Are we in agreement with this?
Yes.
I have no objections. I certainly would like answers.
Yes.
So, I had a thing that I mentioned I wanted to do earlier, but it didn't need to be a specific time. But Adam would actually like to take some decent wine to Lynn in the cell.
Right. Do you want to do that before you go to the Solar with everybody right now with all this stuff?
Only if there's not going to be another opportunity later. But it could if it's
You
going
can
to be
you can
done
give
later.
Lynn wine later. Yes.
Yeah, that's fine. Just wanted to flag it up. That's all.
Yeah. So momentum is preserved, and the four of you stalk through the halls. You get a few hellos and nods and welcome back, miladies, and that sort of thing as you're making your way through the halls. But people know that walk. Like, uh-oh, they're on business. So nobody stops you or interrupts you or whatnot. And you make your way to Lord Makar's Solar. The door is closed. It's lit up from the inside, but he has the door not open in a not inviting other people sort of way.
Well,
Too bad.
Tap on the door.
Yes.
He jumped up the window.
Yeah.
Go inside.
Lord Makar is sitting there. Maester Elston is sitting behind him and a bit off to one side. The two of them look older than you have ever seen them look. And this isn't just because chronologically, this is the oldest they've ever been when you looked at them. They look like 5 years older than they did when you left.
Minus
Right?
travel time for the light, yeah.
It has not been a restful day for Grandfather Makar. He is sitting there and in a silver chased holder for the bottle, standing up on his desk, arrayed next to an assortment of appropriate wine glasses, is the bottle. It is the oldest bottle of wine in the Nymerian cellars.
Ooh.
And Grandpa Makar doesn't say anything after that. That yes, he's just sitting and waiting and looking.
I take
Tired.
a seat.
Right. Who has the books?
I've assumed Maester Ferris is carrying
Yeah,
them.
Right.
Adam will help. Adam will be helping Ferris with them.
Maester Ferris sets the bundle of books on the desk, and then gives a bow, and then starts to back away, and then is a rabbit pinned in place by the hawk glare of Grandpa Makar. Like, nope, you're not getting out. You're stuck here.
Adam was going to ask him to stay anyway, so Adam's going to set down whatever books he's carrying, next to the other stack in the order that will make sense.
I'm gonna
We've
whisper to Ferris. Good attempt.
we've recovered
The
all but
door.
one. There was.
The door. Yes.
Could you get the door, please?
Yeah. So Ferris closes the door. He thinks about making a break for it. It's like they're slow. But yeah, he closes the door instead. And then Grandfather Makar gives you a nod.
I go sit in my chair.
These are all of the books that were in the house, though the one covering the year 281 is missing from the set, but appears to have been missing since before.
That book was not in Jothos's possession. It was given to his co-conspirator to keep safe.
I see.
Without the rest of the set, that book is worthless. Without that book, the rest of the set is worthless.
Oh,
I do not have it.
Mr. Ferris and I have tried to make some headway with the cipher, but it is very complex.
It will take some time, I am certain.
Are you not his co-conspirator?
I was a cousin when he needed one. I took no part in his plot until I was put in the middle of it. That conspiracy, no. I was no part in. I am not the one that has that book.
Do you know who does?
I do not. The Lady Olenna Tyrell does. And I suspect Varys.
Does Ferris know?
Yes. However the sentence was going to end, dear girl. Yes. Probably Varys knows. If you're asking me if Varys knows what the books are about, then yes, of a certain. As does the Lady Olenna, as do I, as does the Prince of Dorne, and no one else.
So the Westerlands are ignorant.
Wealthy, furious, powerful, but yes, of this matter, they are ignorant. As are the Riverlands, as is the Reach, as is the Stormlands. It is Olenna, your uncles. He says it in the way that means Prince Doran, Prince Oberyn, not your Valyrian uncle. But it's Lady Olenna, Varys, your uncles, myself, Lord Jothos, before his passing out of character, I want to say it was 5 years ago now, 6, whatever, before his passing, and the remaining conspirator, unknown to me.
We need to know what Lady Olenna knows, then, if she knows who that person is, and if what she knows would make these books useful to us.
we have not gathered our pieces until it has been time to do so, because they are, all of them, flint and steel and wildfire. Together in one place, they are nothing but lethal, and we could not assemble them entirely until the time was
Correct.
right. But the time will never be more right than it is. Enough of Olena and what she knows, and your uncles and Master of Whispers. What do you know?
Adam will produce the 3 pages that he recovered from the house. We know what is contained in this.
What is... This is not Jothos's writing.
It's Oris.
Will
The
it-
bastard! The bastard knows this!
Willie will, having him practice his letters, I don't think he actually knew what he was copying. I'm not convinced that he could actually read it. Only copy the shapes.
Yet.
Of all the things in all the 7 kingdoms that one-legged peasant could give to that bastard, copy. He gave him... Damn you, Sir Willem. Fine. If Iron Oris is too thick to read it, I know that you children are not. Say what you will say.
Adam's gonna look at Ray now. This isn't like his thing to tell.
Am I truly your granddaughter?
He stops
Not fucking about. Excellent.
and he swallows slowly, and his hand shakes as he reaches for the bottle. And he very slowly and carefully pours everyone a glass without a word.
I was gonna pour for him, but this is fine.
And then he takes his and he downs the whole thing. This is not a wine bottle for downing, right? This is like among the finest bottles of wine in Westeros.
Yeah.
And Lord Makar has just fortified himself by basically chugging a 1/6 of it.
Yeah,
right?
you're not supposed to scoff it. Adam will take a sip of his, but then pass the rest, pass half of it to Ferris, who's probably needing it too.
So he downs it, and then he puts it down. I have loved you as a grandfather ought, and I will admit that there were days I forgot I lied to all of you. There were days I thought I was, and I thought that you were mine, and there were days I felt it. But then some letter or another would come and remind me that you aren't, and that if anyone else knew, we would, all of us, be dead. And so, I have done horrible things for noble reasons. If Jothos could steal and be called noble, then I could do what I have done and be no less so.
Why is it horrible?
What have you done?
That's true then.
What have you done?
I have lied children their entire lives. And I had a nursemaid poisoned. And here he reaches and takes the bottle. And just pours himself another. with a shaking hand. She knew. Your nursemaid knew. And none other. And when you girls were old enough to hear things and to listen and to be your own tiny little people instead of just things, that is when I began to lie to you. And that is when she had to go. Maester Elston looks pale and almost dead, right? Like, this is his great shame also, because who's gonna poison her except for the Maester, right? But Grandpa Makar says, I know the Seven will judge me for what I have done, but I know that the Father will not, for he is the grandfather too, and I did right. But no, you are not my granddaughter. And you, he turns to Bela, are not her twin. Nor you her brothers. And you, Reyna, are not the heir to Wyvern's Rest. That honor falls to your sister, the firstborn, the
She's Ranny's.
only daughter of Morgan Nymerian and Lena Velaryon. You are Rhaenys of the House Targaryen, daughter of Prince Rhaegar and the Princess Elia of House Nymeros Martell. The prince's love for you has always been genuine, and his love for the rest of you no less. But yes, you are not mine, though I have tried to make you feel as though you are. And not just for your safety, child, but because you deserved to feel that you belonged. But you do not. You are not mine, and I am not yours. You are the realm's, and the realm is yours. And then he lifts his glass in a toast.
I join him. Reyna. No. Rhaenys.
Rhaenys.
My queen.
For
I
what it's
think the time for secrets is done. Or the time for war is upon us.
Not without coin. That's what all this is about, right?
Not all of this, but that's why they were after the bastard, yes. That's why they are after the books. Baelish, damn his eyes, must have heard something from someone. Perhaps just some peasant that noticed that those two owned fucking books. And who knows how his ilk know the things they know. But yes, Robert Baratheon inherited empty vaults. His marriage to Cersei was not an accident, nor a sign of thanks to Lord Tywin for his rape of King's Landing. It was because the Golden Stag had no gold. They needed Casterly Rock for there to be a kingdom. Which is also why Will took Oris, and why the Royce girl gave up her name. With that shame and insult to Cersei, there would be no royal wedding. With no royal wedding, there would be no gold beneath the Red Keep. And without that, there would be no Westeros. We would be 7 kingdoms in truth and not only name. if Robert had not kept his stranglehold on power in a golden gauntlet. You are not mine. And that blonde-haired boy that sits the throne is not Robert's.
Um,
If
what?
I'm to share my family secrets, I will share that golden-haired cunt's as well.
If he is not Robert,
Stannis and John Arryn both believe that Joffrey, Tommen, and Myrcella are no blood of the Baratheon. They are Lannisters through and through.
What?
They-
Cersei fucked her own brother, or?
We know not who, but it was not Baratheon seed that spawned them. And he taps the letters that you returned to him. You have seen these, and I believe you know the book they mention.
Wait, there's a copy, right? I mean, here.
In that history, in all the history of the Seven Kingdoms, in everything observed by Grandmaster Melion, as well as the individual histories of the Lannisters, the Baratheons, and all their bloodkin bannermen, never has a stag rutted with a lion and loosed anything but one with hair as black as your aurochs. Always, always the Baratheon breeds true over the Lannister. In all the histories that your cousin could find in Old Town, in all the writings of Malion, everywhere,
So Stannis
Has-
told him?
Stannis has pressed me for some time, as I have pressed him, as we have both pressed John Arryn, counseling patience. John Arryn took it personally. His prickly knightly honor and his love for that idiot stag, or his pride in the peace he brokered and the rebellion he led. He felt Robert needed to know. Stannis is a more orderly man. Your Uncle Doran and I, and the Lady Olenna, we are old and sick enough to be patient. Old and sick as we are, we knew that the time was not right. But John Arryn has always been a better talker than he is listener. And he taps the letter from Stannis. And so John Arryn spoke to the great stag upon his return from his hunt. And then he taps this other letter about the murder, he says, and
then-
so Robert did what Robert does when he feels insulted, when something has been taken from him. He does what his blood does. And you've seen the same in that aurochs of yours, and I'll not hear you say different. But we are not ready. We were not ready. The Riverlands is not ready.
I'm not sure.
And yet,
I wish.
Do we have the luxury of not being ready?
We have the luxury of not being ready until we make ourselves ready. And for that, and he reaches out and lays his hand on the stack of books, we need the uncountable wealth of the Targaryen dynasty. It is yours, by birth and blood, and it is what we need to raise a sea of spears and kill these lions.
He's waited 3 fucking years, yeah.
Gotta drop the mic.
Well, I mean, he said he said the title of the thing when we went to war against the Vulture King. So this is
Yeah,
a
but
callback.
this time it's a bigger yes.
Yeah. Oh no, not complaining at all. Just that, like, oh, that's a callback. But
There
the
was
biggest,
reverb this time.
yes,
There's,
yes, exactly.
And this is where we get the opening credits brawl.
yeah,
There you
because the movie's about to start.
75 episodes in.
Oh, it was a long
3
title
years.
crawl.
Grandfather,
Uh,
I wish you had told me more. I could have at least made my part of the Riverlands more ready if I'd known.
No, the Riverlands fall to Vannon. We will send him and Walder Frey the coin when we can. We are assembling coin even as we speak. We will let the Riverlands be torn with civil war and hope that the realm is distracted watching that while we recover the dragon's hoard.
Well, the wealth of Harrenhal and my personal wealth are yours to command, Grandfather.
I had already assumed as much.
Where is the horde?
Hidden in the book written in the year 281.
I was gonna go, there's a horde. There's a horde. There's a horde in the book.
We need Lady Olenna, which means I guess we're going to Storm's End.
We're going to Storm's End.
We
can
need
get there
Lady
by boat.
We need Olena's knowledge and that of Varys, and we believe his other conspirator may have been a Stormlander. All the luckier that the gods sent that storm and the Red Knight all at once to see Olenna kept on the road and near enough to Storm's End that she fled there instead of here, out of fear for the chaos that Robert's death would let loose. They are where we need them to be. Renly does not know. Renly, of course, knows of the Aurochs, but not the dragon.
What is Stannis, Grandfather? Does he support
Me.
you? Grannies. Or
Stannis is not the master of laws, but he cares for them more than Renly ever has. Stannis would sooner see the realm go back to a Targaryen than give it to that queen's bastard. He has lived in the Red Keep long enough as master of ships to know Joffrey. And between that and his own indignation at the cuckold's horns put upon his brother and king, Stannis would back us.
I hope that this will be an unnecessary question, but can we be sure that Lord Varys can be trusted?
No,
Lord
But-
Varys.
he has been trusted for decades now, and he has, in as much as we have ever asked him for anything, lived up to his side.
Very
You
well.
may recall the esteemed Magister Illyrio Mopatis becoming very friendly with you.
Yeah.
That was not Illyrio Mopatis's coin that he gave you so freely. That was mine, and your uncle's, and the Lady Olena's, and Walder Frey's. Coin has been
that's what I'm surprised by.
Walden Frey.
Got Walder Frey to pony up money. Really? Wow.
in exchange for one of his blood taking the Riverlands from Hoster Tully. Yes. This has been a war we have tried to prepare for decades, and still we are paupers against what wealth is in the red coffers now, what wealth Littlefinger magics up and what wealth Tywin Lannister has. We need the Horde to fight this war.
Quick out of character question. I'm not sure I fully understood what you said about Lord Walder there about someone taking the river from Hoster Tully, but that's I don't know about.
Lord Walder has been resentful of the Tullys for a long time.
Oh yeah.
Partially because they haven't married any of them to any of his kids,
Mhm.
and they haven't come to his weddings, and he sees Hoster Tully as a peer instead
Sure.
of as his better, etc., etc. And Lord Walder married one of his daughters to your friend Vannon Rivers,
Right.
who they plan on making Lord of the Riverlands under Queen Rhaenys Targaryen.
Damn it! They're ruining my long-term plans.
Vannon and his blood ties to the two most powerful houses, coupled with his ties of greed and envy from the Freys, gives them a shot at taking the Riverlands from Hoster Tully.
Okay, I just wanted to check if it was a thing that had already happened or a thing that hadn't happened, because I didn't know what was going on there.
Yep, no, it's Walder Frey wants his blood to take Riverrun from Hoster Tully.
Oh, that's gonna complicate things when.
Yeah. Because Tully, I mean, his daughter's married to Ned Stark in the north.
So, and what are we to do about Littlefinger? I do not want his attack on our family to go unanswered.
That's why.
It will not. No attack on us goes unanswered. But, for now, the Mockingbird can be ignored. He will be devoured by the dragon in due time. He sits at Joffrey's court. He and Pycelle, 7 help the realm, are who remain to counsel Joffrey at present, as Tywin has not yet arrived, and will take some time.
Good, then. And I would like it known then that when the time comes, I would very much like the opportunity to kill him myself.
We'll see how that works out.
We will see.
It may not work out, but if a fair shot can be given, I want it. He is.
As long as you don't mind me cutting him in a non-lethal way first.
Oh,
let us focus, children, please.
By all means.
Grandfather, Renly, how much of Joffrey's true parentage does he know?
Probably nothing.
Likely little, or he would have told half the court by now.
That is my concern.
It is enough that he mislikes Cersei. And his gaze falls to the most recent letter from Lady Olenna. And I must increasingly admit, as much as he seems to mislike ruling, Olenna is certain that Renly will not stand in the way of this. She feels Renly is content giving Storm's End to Orys. With or without that move, the Stormlands will sooner stand with us than against us. But if, as part of the dragon's return, the Queen recognizes and legitimizes Orys as Robert's heir, his oldest male heir, then it would damage support for the Lannisters. It would cast Joffrey's kingship into doubt. We are playing Sivas, and more than one piece can and must be moved at a time. But the Reach is with us. Dorne is with us. Renly loves his knight enough that we know most of the Stormlands are with us.
We've made
If
alliances there that are unheard of for Dornish people.
if Renly and Stannis both speak for this Iron Orus, then we know we will hold the Stormlands as well. The Vale is unknown. Lady Lysa is Quicksilver wrapped in madness before the death of Jon. We do not know. We
What of
know
the
that the
North?
Vale, we know that the Vale is locked down, and that is all. The North, the North may not yet know Robert is dead. But also, Ned Stark may not yet know that Robert Baratheon killed Jon Arryn. Who knows which of his old friends, the Lord of Winterfell, will grieve harder and seek to avenge more. And
there's-
then there is the Tully question.
Lord Stark might not want to take part at all.
We simply do not know.
He's also bound to the Tullys by marriage.
Mm.
That fight will come down on the Riverlands.
And to an extent, I must take Lord Huster's will into consideration. Well, he is yet Lord Paramount of the Riverlands.
It sounds like we have months, maybe, precious few, though, to act quietly before this breaks out completely.
We have to find the horde.
Well, further back, we need to speak to Lady Olenna and find the book that leads to the horde.
Well, yes.
Mhm.
So, I believe it is to Storm's End that you must travel next. I damn the gods for waiting this long. When I am too old to go and you are too old to stay.
Well, I believe that you did what you believe was right at the time. And we are not helpless and in the dark right now. We need to gather more pieces, but we are actually in a fairly strong position.
We're actually on the board now.
And grandfather, you were wrong. Rhaenys, she's still our sister. We'll see this done.
You must travel swiftly, and you must travel secretly, and you must travel soon.
Is it your will that Orys remain in the dark about this?
We must answer the bastard question before you can go. Speak with this wandering crow. Gather what things you must. Tell your spouses you seek wealth, but nothing more. Willis does not know yet. And he cannot until knowing will not endanger him. Let his grandmother tell him, not his wife.
No.
I don't know if I can keep such a thing for my wife.
Lady Shella will hear nothing from me, though I expect that was probably assumed.
I can't let Lady Olenna be the one that tells Willis this.
Then let her at least be present when you do.
That seems like a good compromise.
Ride with haste to Storm's End, that you might see to the needs of the Lady Olenna and the safety of all those she travels with, the Royces and the Cranes and that stone girl. He says offhandedly, as though you guys should have already known that. Yes, the bastard, the other little deer, the eldest of them, but luckily for Oris, a girl.
Yeah, Maya Stone's still at the Eyrie, isn't she?
No, she traveled with Sir Albar and Miranda Royce.
Oh, Miranda, why are you always in trouble?
Wait, so where does that place her? Sorry if I've missed a bit of someone saying something.
Uh, you guys missed a few very small hints earlier of people mentioning it offhandedly, but they have been mentioned before. But
Yeah,
understandably, there was lots of big stuff.
Yeah.
I
So
remember the Royces were traveling somewhere.
Yep. The full retinue, not counting servants and men at arms, that is currently at Storm's End, that was traveling with the Lady Olenna,
Okay.
Oh yeah.
is Janna Fossaway, Marjorie Tyrell and Desmara Redwine, her granddaughters,
Holy shit.
her bodyguards, Sir Albar Royce and the Lady Miranda Royce,
Okay.
seeking the Lady Olenna's counsel to find a fitting match for the Lady Miranda. Her betrothed, Sir Parman Crane, and traveling to keep the Lady Miranda comfortable on her journeys, her bastard friend Maya Stone.
Olenna is so sneaky.
Okay,
So-
that clarifies the bit I was confused about.
That was Olenna maneuvering in order to get Maya out of the veil. And yeah, so you guys have the two, like, out of character. They're not the last of Robert's two bastards. I'm not going to get us into all those conspiracies, though I have suspicions. But they are the two known remaining of Robert's bastards, and are also the two oldest, making them the easiest to say, hey, they look like Robert. And if things move in that direction, they can now marry Oris off to somebody as a hell of a catch, and whoever they marry him to will run the Stormlands, which is part of why the Lady Olenna is angling that way, because she's also a bit of a manipulative bitch that would like to run the Reach of the Stormlands both. Why not? But also, you lot can potentially marry somebody to Maya Stone, who is suddenly the king's bastard, and should, can get a better lot in life. And so, yeah, this is Lady Olenna pulling what strings she could, and getting that together. Yeah, and then they were joined by Lord Barrick, who, in the mess, got her away because they were staying at Blackhaven because of the storm. So when word got about the madness that overcame the king, they were like, okay, let's get her somewhere big and sonky safe. And she was like, Storm's End, you fools. So they took her to Storm's End because she was in charge, because she's her. So yeah,
Because she's her.
that's where we're looking at.
Well,
Storm's End
no.
is where Maya Stone awaits. It's where the Lady Olenna is with her knowledge. It's where Varys is with his knowledge. It's where Renly is with whatever generic Stormland knowledge you may be about to acquire. Yeah, so it sounds like Storm's End where Grandpa wants you to go next.
We will deal with the crow and then get on the Sister's Guardian and head off, I guess.
Yeah, I've actually just remembered because Adam was supposed to bring Oris his mother's letter as well, so like that's on my to-do list as well.
Yep. So, to-do list before you leave on the morrow, sailing with dawn. Not literally, you don't get to take the sword, you're just sailing. So, you are expected to leave tomorrow morning, crack of dawn. Before then, as some notes for how we're going to kick things off in 2 weeks, everybody, you need to talk to Sir Alistair Thorne, famed for his open-mindedness and congeniality.
Oh yeah, famously.
You need to talk to him about Oris. You need to handle any other personal business with Oris or Lynn or spouses or whomever.
Tell Oris the bar chick likes him. Likes him.
I think he knew that already.
But she
Uh,
would have done double if she had known, so he needs to know that.
I mean,
So-
that double good to him now. It's gone.
So that's where we'll be looking in 2 weeks. You just have to
All right.
handle the Oris situation, talk to assorted other NPCs that you choose, and then be on your merry way to Storm's End as the hunt for the Dragon's Horde begins in earnest.
Ugh.
No
Okay, I guess
problem.
technically the hunt for the Dragon's Horde begins in Storm's End, but you want to admit.
And then
So-
fight a civil war. Got it. Easy peasy.
Start
2,
fighting
actually.
with.
A Riverland Civil War and then a Westerosi Civil War for the whole throne. So we'll see how
All
things go, and
I
we'll
call
see.
dibs on Master of Ships, though.
We'll see everybody back here in 2 weeks. Thank you for hanging out, everybody. These last few episodes have been chunky boys, fat with revelation and plot that I have been sitting on for a long time. So it has been great to get to roleplay some of it coming out. I hope to see you back in a couple weeks as we continue.